Although the flash wasn't correct.
You just have to go. You jump there, I go there, I kill him. One enemy remaining. You jump there, I go there.
What the fuck? What just happened? What just happened? What just happened? Thank you. Can you arrow side, please? Can you arrow side, please?
I will.
We hear this song, it's a sound.
Okay, clear.
Look at Dick.
Oh, I got shit on.
We know this tech, it's gun drop time.
One enemy
You jump
remaining.
there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there, I go there, I kill him.
Don't see him in spawn. And I'm flashing.
Spike down A.
Oh, I'm going in. Fuck me. I see something sick. Take a look at this shit.
I go there, I kill him.
Fortnite, baby.
Valorant can be the easiest game of them all. If you would just listen to all of Lona's calls. But instead you have to be a submarine.
One enemy remaining.
Had your fun. Now you
One enemy remaining.
You jump there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there,
Holy fuck, bro!
you jump there, I go there,
One enemy
I
remaining.
kill him. It's really not that hard, just do the easy basics. Play your agent well and don't be a toxic baby.
Although the flash wasn't correct.
But you decided to install out the worst agent for playing. And then you had the biggest idea. You jump there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there, I go there, I kill him.
One enemy remaining.
You jump there, I go there.
What the What just happened? What just happened? What just happened? Thank you. Can you arrow side, please? Can you arrow side, please?
I will.
We hear this song, it's a sound.
Okay, clear.
Look at Dick.
With a knife.
Oh, I got shit on.
We know this tech, it's gun drop time.
One enemy
You jump
remaining.
there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there, I go there, I kill him.
Don't see him in spawn. And I'm flashing.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Oh, I'm going in. Fuck me. I see something sick. Take a look at this shit.
I go there, I kill him.
Fortnite, baby.
jump there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there,
Holy fuck, bro!
you jump there, I go there,
One enemy
I
remaining.
kill him. It's really not that hard, just do the easy basics. Play your agent well and don't be a toxic baby.
Although the flash wasn't correct.
But you decided to install out the worst agent for playing. And then you had the biggest idea. You jump there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there, I go there, I kill him.
One enemy remaining.
You jump there, I go there, I kill him.
What just happened? What just happened? What just happened? Thank you!
Every day
Can you arrow side, please? Can you arrow side, please?
I will.
we hear this song, it's a sign.
Okay, clear.
Look at Dick.
With a knife.
Oh, I got shit on.
We know this take, it's gun drop time.
One enemy
You jump
remaining.
there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there, I go there, I kill him.
Don't see him in spawn. And I'm flashing.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I'm going in! Fuck me. I see something sick? Take a look at this shit.
I go there, I kill him.
Fortnite, baby!
Valorant can be the easiest game of them all. If you would just listen to all of the calls. But instead you have to be a star.
One enemy remaining.
Now you
One enemy remaining.
You jump there, I go there, I kill him. You just have to go. You jump there,
Holy fuck, bro! Hello, everyone, my friends. As you can hear, I am still fucking sick, guys. Waking up is a struggle.
just do the
Waking up is a struggle. Good morning, everyone. And hello and welcome in the new year of 2026. Starting the year with a full nose and overall exhaustion. Great stuff. I hope you guys are doing better than me. I will be not lying to say that I was close to just not stream today, because when I will open my eyes today, I was like, fuck, I don't want to wake up. I was just like in this, like I was just under the sheets, like, you know the feeling now. Hello Clue, hello Alikaza, hello Farron, hello Lefolidoli, hello Shatari, hello Brazen, hello Phantom, hello Galactics. Go to bed and rest. I don't know. For now, I'll stream and we'll see how it goes. I don't have fever. That's the problem. I don't have the fever though. Hello, Star Guider, by the way. Valorant Day? No Valorant. No Valorant. Actually, wait. It's New Year. No, but I'm not playing Valorant. No, I'm not. I'm not. But I forgot that the bet is already off. That I said I'm not gonna play Valorant till the end of the year, and it's the new year, you know? Should have taken Blanket with you to the office. Yeah, true that. Although I don't have a blanket myself. Other sub games today, bro. I am sick. I don't know. We'll see if I can manage to stay like online till 1 p.m. We can do sub games. But I don't know if I will. Felt the same yesterday whole day. Perhaps it might be because I went to sleep past 6 a.m. 6 a.m. bro. I was asleep on New Year's Eve. I was asleep at like 2:30, I think. Get yourself kotsobluza. Fuck. Kotsobluza, yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. That's funny. That is funny. Wait, I'm just gonna close in some. I need some better music, by the way. I cannot have this kind of music that's gonna lull me to sleep today. We're gonna take the music maybe from. What is this? No. Oh, this might be better. What? Why is it not playing? What the fuck? My Spotify just stopped playing. What the fuck? Never seen this before. Look. I was going through the playlist, right? I was going through the playlist. And it just stopped playing. What the hell? But it was like this wasn't working. What the hell? Maybe let's play this. This should be a little bit more energetic. Oh yeah, that's much better. Oh, that's much better. What games did you play on New Year's Eve? We played Azul. Not many people wanted to play actually, but we played Azul. Hello Vomp, how you doing? We played Monsters in Tokyo and Citadels. Did I miss anything? I had Princess of Florence with me, but no one wanted to play. You know, hello Jerim. I have an idea for the stream today. Go to Jogomo's stream and diss him every time he dies. He's streaming? Right. What is he doing at this hour? Dude, I was so confused at the camera. I was, what the fuck is happening here? I was like, what the hell? What happened to his head? Oh, fuck me. He's playing Clove. Someone else is playing Yoru, I guess. Oh, he missed the smoke. Okay, good stuff. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-dum. What you gonna paint for me? I don't know yet. I don't know, Clue. I didn't think about it yet. I didn't finish yet the painting for Brazen as well. I have it started. I made the sketch. I made the first paint like coat, you know, not like with just one coat. The thing is, like, when you paint smaller scale paintings like that with acrylics, the acrylics actually take quite a while to dry anyway, so you cannot like just paint it all the time, you know. Or like it's not like oil paint where when you paint with oils, you make decision based on like what you want to achieve with the paint. Like, it's so much easier to paint with oils when you exactly know what you want to achieve, but it's so much easier to paint with acrylics when you don't know what you want to achieve, you know. So Brazen's already waiting a year for the painting. Oh shit, don't tell her that. Don't tell her that. She's gonna be like, oh no. Jogama went live at 6 a.m. so I think he's not in the US time zone. Maybe he's home. What do you mean by how? I actually don't know what is home for him. Where is he from? By the way, I wanted to check on Card Market something. By the way, not sure if you guys seen my post on Twitter yesterday, but yesterday was 11 years of me being sober. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. 11 years. Cambodia? Jogamo is from Cambodia, really? What the fuck? Really? He's American. What are you talking about? Nationality US. At least that's what it says on Wikipedia. I mean, maybe he got citizenship or something. I don't know. No clue. I think you're not the only person, Shatari, on the planet that thought that Cambodia is in Africa. I'll be honest with you. That's something that I hear a lot. I don't know why, actually, but that's not the first time I hear someone say, "Oh, it's from Africa. It's Cambodia's in Africa." It's really not the first time. I wanted to check something on Card Market when it comes to Jogmo is a... I am so sorry. Jogomo is a professional violin player with roots in Cambodia, but a nationality listed as the United States. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, US is basically a melting pot for every single country on the planet. I wanted to check because when I was playing One Piece, I did buy some stuff that I thought maybe that's like a good thing to have, you know? I wanted to check anniversary, how they're doing. Wait, what is this? Second anniversary set. No, I want the first anniversary set. Oh, here we go. That's the one I have. Why does it say pounds? 826 euros right now. Ah, and I have it in the sealed brown box as well. Good one. Yeah, I'm keeping this one sealed. Although, not gonna lie, this anniversary set is a very cool. It's very cool. It has like a really cool playmat from One Piece. Some of the I don't even know if the promos are good, but people like the playmat and the box and the sleeves from this set. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think that this set is gonna pop off so early. The hell? That's nice. I should have bought more of them. I don't even know. I can't remember if I had the chance even to buy more of them. I think I bought like sorry, I think I bought it for like 120 euros or something like that. And I wanted to check also film. It was something with film. Premium card collection One Piece film red edition. I think this is it. Okay, so this one didn't evaluate in price at all. English filter. Oh, it doesn't show. Okay. Yeah, but there's high amount of them. So yeah, so this makes no sense. Ooh, 1 million euros. Oh, that's very nice. And I wanted to check boxes. Romance Dawn booster box. Sheesh. If I remember correctly, I bought the 2 sealed booster boxes for 200 euros or 250 euros each. Something like this. Nice. Now I wonder, should I keep it for the next years? So my daughters, you know, like maybe I should just keep it sealed for the next decade or something and keep it for my daughters to have like a down payment for a house or something. You know? Yesterday I made a poor driving decision, was trying to drive up a pretty steep hill, but it only had ice in it. I was trying to make it with my speed, but when I almost made it, I started to slide down backwards. It was alla Urval cosplay from me. You have winter tires though, no? We have been speaking about winter tires so much, I'm assuming you have them, right? There's like this moment that you had there reminded me of one situation when I was driving. It wasn't winter. It was like, I think September. I think it was September. Me and my friends were driving to Czech Republic for a World of Warcraft tournament, like World of Warcraft TCG, right? The card game tournament. And when we were driving to Czech Republic, we decided that we're gonna drive through the shorter way by driving directly from Poland to Czech, right? And not go through Germany, because it was Germany was easier because it's for highway, but it takes longer. So we drove through the mountains, right? I didn't have winter tires, and it started snowing. It was like September or something like that, you know. Maybe like early October. Yeah, I think maybe like early October, something like that. Like, I didn't even think about having winter tires, or like having the chains for the tires as well, right? And we started driving uphill with one side of the car being a mountain, right? So there was like a two lanes. One side was full mountain, that's it, and the other side was just a cliff. So there was like nothing there, right? And we were driving up, so we were next to the fucking cliff. In front of me, there was a like a big truck, like an 18-wheeler in front of me, right? Behind us was like a truck, well, not like an 18-wheeler, but like also a big truck. And we were driving, like the car was full of people, and we were all chatting all the time. But when we started driving through that fucking winter, sudden winter, like just appeared out of nowhere, snowing, and everyone knows that we are not driving a very good fucking car with like incredible tires and shit, and we're not prepped for this, right? Everyone just went silent. No one spoke. Everyone just instantly knew that this is not looking great, you know? And there was a moment when we're going uphill, and I saw that the truck in front of us started slowing down a little bit, and its wheels were just like going in place. And I just imagined that if that fucking truck just starts sliding down, we have nowhere to go. We're gonna be crushed, because we either fall off the cliff or we're getting crushed, you know? Fortunately, nothing ever happened, but that was one of the worst experiences when it comes to driving a car that I've ever had. Going back from Czech Republic, we were going through Germany, you know? It was crazy. Great video about interactions. Hope you will public more guides or so example matches. Will be awesome. Yes, I will. Which reminds me that I posted a YouTube short yesterday, and I wanted to see if I have the project file. I'm so sorry for yawning. You have to excuse me, guys. I'm still sick. One moment. Sometimes I have to learn the hard way. Oh, that would have been a very, very fucking expensive lesson, because it would cost us the health. Like, it was not a good fucking idea, man. It was actually... Oh, it's terrifying. Not gonna lie. It was fucking terrifying. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to use one of my project files. See if I can change the project resolution from it and create a short from this. Okay. Yes, this is it. So I think this video is perfect to make shorts for YouTube. I need to mute myself. Sorry guys for a second, because I'm gonna cough. Yeah, sorry for that. Wait, did this... Why is it shuffling now? Are you kidding me? Didn't want to shuffle. Spotify can... What the fuck? Are you seeing this? What the hell is going on with Spotify, man? I'm telling you, something weird is happening. Really fucking weird. Alright. Because in Riftbound, there's no end step. One of the biggest differences between Riftbound and other card games like Magic, for example, will be the fact that when I play a creature like Stalwart Horror, for example, I am not opening a chain because it doesn't have an effect. It only has a keyword. So essentially, it's a vanilla creature. When I play a unit like that, my opponent cannot respond in any way. But if I play, for example, Riptide Rex, which says when you play me deals 6 damage to an enemy unit at a battlefield, that will open a chain that will allow my opponent to respond or cut reactions. Alright, so now the idea I have here is, can I change project settings to make a short out of this already? Project settings. Can I just do portrait here? Okay. Okay, it works. Sweet. Which is very... Alright, let's see how fast will I be able to make a short out of this. Contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Raven Student or Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is only played if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play Cleave as my second card, but it gets Windwalled and it gets counted, then my Direct Trifarian will not untap because the card didn't get to be played. The same accounts to Ravenbloom Student. If I play Cleave and my opponent will use a Defy to cancel the Cleave, then my Ravenbloom Student will not get the +1 might because I didn't play this spell. It needs to be resolved in Riftbound to actually count for that. But this is also why cards like Darius Trifarian will actually see themselves when they're being played, because that means that the card is being resolved, right? So you're gonna be able to play Darius Trifarian as your second card during the turn, so he will enter the game and trigger to untap himself. Okay, I think this is a good idea for a short. So how do I do this? Do I do this by... Yeah. Oh man. No, I don't want to crop and zoom. This doesn't change anything. I need to make this bigger essentially. Another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is only played if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play this doesn't change the second one. Oh my god! It gets Windwall. Fuck me! This only changed the crop of 1. If I just zoom in, you don't really see everything I'm talking about, so I'll have to move it. like this. Move this like this as well. And then zoom this one as well here. I wonder if there's an easier way of converting this.
But this is also why cards like Darius Trifarian
Zoop.
will actually see themselves when they're being played, because that means that the card is being resolved, right? So you're gonna be able to play Darius Trifarian as your second card during the turn, so he will enter the game and trigger to untap himself.
Okay, cool. So now,
Another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian.
so in this case, we want to move this below so it's not, oh shit, not visible. So I guess I'm doing this on stream, but I just like really had this idea right now of doing this, and otherwise I'm not gonna be like, because I'm sick, if I don't do something instantly, I will not be motivated enough to do this later on.
Another
So
big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play.
I will change the text. Playing cards in Riftbound is different than in NTG. Maybe do it this way. Do the text a little bit bigger. Okay. Delete the transition.
Another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play. When you play your second card or when...
Okay, and now how can I only render a certain part of this? Just a very specific part of it. How can I do this? Because this is the entire video. And I just want to make this from here to here. This is the only part I want to render. How do I do this? There's definitely a way of doing that. That's 100% a way of doing that, but I don't know how. So I have to learn. Uploads to YouTube? You can directly upload to YouTube? Okay. That's weird. A layer task list. Export. No. How can I do this? 2, 3. Here, we'll cut it out like this. So I can, maybe this will work. Do this, right click. Oh, select clip range. Ah, here we go. Okay. Export. Yay! Woohoo! Chat, we did it. We learned. See? Sometimes you just need to learn. Okay, let me do a new folder. YouTube Shorts. Okay, so this is actually not that bad. If I am able to do it this way, this is actually not that bad. We're gonna do high quality. The hard way. I mean, is it the hard? I don't know. All right, export. It's a 1 minute short. Okay. Now, one more thing I want to check. Okay. This PC, YouTube Shorts. I think I fucked it up. There's like a black bar on the top. Yeah, there's a small black bar at the top. Okay. Then I have to render it again. Cool. And one more thing I wanted to check. There's a software called CapCut that can add subtitles to your video, which is very fucking needed for shorts. But it costs like fucking 200 euros per year to actually use, and I just want to use it for that one function. So my friend told me that he can do it for me because he has that software and he's using it for himself, and I can just send him shorts so he can add subtitles. But that's fucking annoying as fuck. I don't want to take his time, right? But from what I've seen, maybe there's a way. Don't save. I guess I can save. I seen there's a way. Oh yeah, see here, add captions. Let's see how this works. This PC, here we go. YouTube Shorts. Let's see if this will work. The resolution or frame rate of this media doesn't match the settings. What? Match the media. Okay. Speech to text. Generate records. What? Recognizes speech and video and audio files and generates auto captions. Okay. Auto detect language, English. Translate to, no, I don't want to. Titles, okay. Dynamic caption, what is dynamic caption? Let's see what is dynamic caption. Not gonna lie, editing videos with the AI features is really fucking cool. Like the stuff that you can automate with this shit is really nice. %, okay. Oh, wait for a second. Oh, fuck me. Okay, so another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is only played. Why is the text twice now?
So
the hell?
Another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like.
Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. All right, so this actually works pretty well. This actually works pretty well, but how do I make the text now bigger? And why is this text not in one file? Because if I'll, yeah, is it? Wait. Yeah, see, oh, fuck me. So if I want to change the size of all of those texts, the text, how, oh, fuck me. Does it work like this? Scale, now up. Hopefully, let's see. Yeah, but the text is way too small. Uniform scaling. Templates. Okay. Oh. Okay. But now the scale is way too big. Let's check how this works. Another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Triparian, which do have the text when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is This works
only
actually pretty
played
well.
if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play Cleave as my second card, but it gets Windwalled and it gets counted, then my Direct Refine will not untap because the card didn't get to be played. The same accounts to Ravenbloom Student. If I play Cleave and my opponent will use a Defy to cancel the Cleave, then my Ravenbloom Student will not get the +1 might because I didn't play the spell. It needs to be resolved in Riftbound to actually count for that. But this is also
Put the text
why
on the
cards
bottom
like
side
Darius
because it's
Refine
distracted in the
will
middle.
actually see themselves when they're being played,
Makes
because
sense.
that means that the card is being resolved, right? So you're gonna be able to play Darius Trifarian as your second card during the turn, so he will enter the game and trigger to untap himself. Okay, that's pretty cool. So now we check this again. I don't like the template though. The text size is pretty cool. Can I edit this? Text, transform, composting. As an instant doom scrolling, I know how a good short look like. Thank you guys. That's actually very helpful because I don't really watch shorts myself. I don't really have this habit, you know. So this is actually very helpful. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Is there a way of like... Ah, interesting. Interesting. Contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom. Oh, but it does... Oh, fuck's sake. It doesn't change all of it. To other card games are gonna... Fuck me. Yeah, so I'll have to figure out how to change, maybe like edit the template. So then, yeah, that makes more sense. So, active words for green. I think that looks better. Keywords. We can keep it this way. Because like... No, the green looks awful actually. Gonna move it here. But the text is too small, no? And why the fuck did you only move one? Fuck me. Alright, do it again. Text. Scale.
Uniform scaling. What is uniform scaling? Position. Maybe this changes it now to everything. Let's see.
Other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is
the
only
text too
played
small?
if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play Cleave,
You
as
should
my
use the
second
black and
card,
white
but it
template
gets
because are not very
Windwall
inclusive with the
and it gets
contrast. Yes, you're right. Yeah, I also like, I agree. It's not easy to read this. What about this one?
Another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is only played if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play Cleave as my second card, but it gets Windwalled and it gets counted, then my
I need to change the text, by the way.
tap because the card didn't get to be played.
I think this one is
The
better,
same
no?
accounts to Ravenbloom Student. If I play Cleave and my opponent will use a Defy to cancel the Cleave, then my Ravenbloom
this one?
Student will not get the +1 might because I didn't play the spell. It needs to be resolved in Riftbound to actually count for that. But this is also why cards like Darius Trifarian will
Is that better? Is that better when it has just one word per line?
actually see themselves when they're being played.
What do you
because
think?
That means that the card is being resolved, right? So you're gonna be able to play Darius Trifarian. as
Sorry, I
your
muted
second
myself when I
card
was
during the turn,
being
so he
disgusting.
will end.
Is this better when it's one
Another
word?
big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or Darius Trifarian.
Or is it
which
better
do
when
have
it's
the
like
text
full
when you
sentence?
when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in
This one?
Riftbound,
This
a
one
card
looks
is
awful.
only played if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play Cleave as my second card, but it gets
This is better? I'm sorry, guys. Which one is better? Do you guys think the one word or full sentence is better? That's my main question.
Windwall.
Oh,
and
this
gets
one is nice,
counted,
no?
Then my Darius Trifarian will not untap because the card didn't
Right?
get to be played. The same accounts to Ravenbloom Student. If I play Cleave and my opponent will use a Defy to cancel the Cleave.
Oh, I
then
like
my
this one the
Ravenbloom
most.
Student will not get the +1 might because I didn't play the spell. It needs to be resolved in Riftbound to actually count for that. But this is also why cards like Darius Trifarian will actually see themselves.
Oh, yeah, I
when
like
they're
this
being
one the
played
most.
because that means that the card is being resolved.
I like
So
this
you're gonna
one the
be able
most.
To play Darius Trifarian as your second card during the turn, so he will enter the game and trigger to.
And we can make it bigger as well. But this is too big. But like, we can make it like this.
Another big contrast to other card games are gonna be cards like Ravenbloom Student or
Right.
Darius Trifarian, which do have the text when you play your second card or when you play a spell. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is only played if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play Cleave as
My
my second
wife is
card,
calling.
but it gets Windwalled and it gets counted, then my Darius Trifarian will not untap because the card didn't get to be played. The same accounts to Ravenbloom Student. If I play Cleave and my opponent will use a Defy to cancel the Cleave, then my Ravenbloom Student will not get the +1 might because I didn't play the spell. It needs to be resolved in Riftbound to actually count for that. But this is also why cards like Darius Trifarian will actually see themselves when they're being played because that means that the card is being resolved, right? So you're gonna be able to play Darius Trifarian as your second card during the turn, so he will enter the game and trigger to untap himself. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I like this one as well. Okay, so now to finish this, the only thing I have to do is check the text and change the words that are not correctly recognized. Another big Raven. Okay, see? Now here, does it work? Raven Bloom. But this is one word. Why can't I delete? What the fuck? Raven Bloom student. This should work now. Gonna be cards like Raven Bloom student or Darius Trifan. Okay, cool. What the fuck just happened here? What? Definitely didn't want to do this. I don't know what. What? I used some keybind. What the? Why is this? Why is this happening now? Fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. Fuck me. Wait. Save first. Save project. Clip. This is the see, this is like when you're a content creator, you have no idea what you're doing and you're learning. Clip rules 1. Now, to fix the cursor, because I don't know why is it doing this, we're just gonna exit and just start it anew. I have to leave home in an hour, but I'm sleepy as hell. Should I go for a quick nap? I know that if I would be you, sorry, if that would be me, I would not wake up. You know? That is what would happen to me. Now the difference here is that in Riftbound, a card is only played if it gets to be resolved. So for example, if I play Cleave as my second card, but it gets Windwalled and it gets counted, then counted. No, it's counted. Counter red. If I play Cleave as my second card, but it gets Windwalled and it gets counted, then my Direct Refine will not untap because the card didn't get to be. That could happen, but I'm on my periods. I'm not rational. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? Would you go for a nap in that case? Riftbound. Kazakh Darius? What the fuck? No, cards. This should be cards. Lol. Kazakh. This is where my accent goes wild. Why is this again like this? Oh, come on. The Fire Yarn will actually see when they're being played, because that means that the card is being resolved, right? So you're gonna be able to play Darius Trifarian. Okay, we're almost finished. So once I establish as your second card during the turn, so he will enter the game and trigger to untap himself. If I will have a nice workflow to make those, this is actually pretty easy to do. I like this. Now we just export this, create video. YouTube Shorts,
playing cards with text. Hi. Does this change the? Yeah, it doesn't change the. Oh fuck me! This should be 320 kilobytes here. Apply. Export. This is pretty simple. Okay, so this is not as bad as I thought it would be. What does not kill me makes me stronger. I don't know. Napping seems lethal. Alright, let's see. I should definitely show the other card with like a movement or something. This is something that I should probably do for another clip when doing that. Okay, so this text here in the middle is not good, but it's okay. Like, it's, you know what they say? If you want to ever have an advice as a content creator, right? Never go for perfect. Do good enough and send it. Never go for perfect, because you will just run in circles. It's just not possible. It's just not fucking possible to do perfect stuff. Now, I wanted to check as well one more thing. If uploading from here... no, I think I will be uploading from my phone. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. I wanted to check. This is Runes and Rift. We already saw those decks over here. Good morning, Deflotus. How we doing? Notepad. I checked the Guangzhou city. Okay. Tournaments. Such. Doing good. Just finished my workout, feeling great. And you? Well, I'm sick as fuck. So good for you. I am not feeling great. You know what? 1 second. I'll do this instantly, otherwise I will forget. I will just upload this short to my Discord so I can then download it later on. 1 moment. You guys, okay, I'll give you another tip. One of the best use cases for Discord is I created a Discord server for myself, and I treat it as a notepad. I'm not sure if anyone from you are using something like this, but I found this extremely useful for myself. So I have like different channels for everything that I find like interesting for myself or like useful for myself. And I think that if you have like even 2 people that live together
and they both use Discord, you can just make a private server for yourself, for two of you, to maybe even share like to-do lists or like do grocery lists and stuff like that. You know? It's like one of the most useful things that I found with Discord, to be for me at least, you know? And it's extremely simple to like when I have like two PCs, right? It's so simple for me to share information like between them as well, or links and stuff like that. So yeah, that is one of my recommendations. Alright, let's see if Riftbound stats updated the website. Events, Spirit Forged. They did. Now I want to compare it between those two websites. On 28th we have 1, 2, 3 tournaments. This one on 28th has 4. Which one is missing over here? This has only city challenges. Yannin Guangzhou, and this is Beijing. 120, 55. So these are completely different. Interesting. This is so interesting that they have like different databases. On 27th, this has 5 tournaments. This one has more. 3, 6, 7. Man, that kind of sucks because I prefer this website's UI. It's just nicer to look at than this one. Yeah, I highly prefer this one. Kinda sucks that they do not have everything. Also, how do they have this 55 people city challenge, but this guy don't have this? Maybe it's because it's... Wait. Ah, because it got 2 stars. Because it has less people. That's why. So they have all the tournaments. Yeah. So they're definitely a little bit more diligent when it comes to adding tournaments. They have access to more stuff. Interesting. So wait, I did Nanjing, which is this one. Kaiser, Draven, Victor. Yeah, okay. Guangzhou is this one with a lot of victors, right? Yeah. Okay. this Beijing event has a set. Interesting. Let's let's open the Darius. Let me change my scene like this. Oh, right. I know what I didn't do. One moment. Okay, just wanted to post that I'm live. Alright, so this Darius plays Factory Recall, 1 stack deck. I like the fact that it plays 3 different 2-drops, but it plays Treasure Hunters. I don't know about that. Probably would prefer different 2-drops and Treasure Hunters. But I think it's a cool deck anyway. But nothing like new, to be honest. Okay. This other one has 1 Vi. I like that. Has 3 stack decks, 1 Vi, 2 spinning axes, 1 Ravenborn Tome. Oh, you have to be kidding me. I mean, the funniest thing is like, maybe Draven, because he has so much card draw, can actually play like this. And the Sun Disc is one of those cards that I just like think is broken. Like, you know, like this card is just so good. I like the one piece of Vi. I think that's fine, because with the amount of card draw you have, like Ride the Wind is fantastic for the entire deck. And having access to just 1 Vi, you're not fully like into the combo, so that's pretty nice. I like this. This is an interesting deck. It's very random, like one Ravenborn, 1 Sun Disc, but it's best of ones. Alright, let's take a look at this Lucian. Right, wait. This tournament is Beijing 2. Draven from 2nd place. It was interesting. Then we have the Lucian. Oh, it's playing on the Trinity Force Skyfall of Aryan combo. So essentially, what this deck is trying to achieve is it tries to combo Trinity Force, because it gives you a point when you hold with this Skyfall of Aryan. I don't know how to say it. But it essentially it changes the hold effect to also conquer effect. So you're able to get additional points when you conquer, which is like insanity. But I wonder how feasible it is to actually do this. It gives ganking, monkeys, angle shots. Challenges, confront. Now I have Kaisas, Bryn here's. Man, this is maybe this is not that bad actually. I'm gonna add him. Lucian. Now let's check the Victor. This is the control version? No, it's not exactly. It's like a mix. It has early units. It plays most of its removal as well. What a weird deck. I don't like it, to be honest. I feel like it's trying to do too many things at the same time. Because you have like 5 2-drops. You play 2 Bellows Breath, but you also play 3 Imperial Decree. I feel like if you want to play Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath, you have to play at 3 and 3. This is just such a powerful combo that you're like revolving around. Xin Zhao is fine. I think it's a good card in Victor, but why do we play? I don't know, man. Like, this is so weird. I don't like this build. But let's check this set. Actually, let me just open all of the top 8. This set build plays 1 action. I don't like the ratios already. There's too many one-offs. It's 1 Bone Shiver, 1 Doran's Blade, 2 Warmogs, 1 Akshan. I feel like Akshan should be like a... If you play best of ones in this format, Akshan should probably be like a 2 of minimum, maybe even 3. I really like the death grips though in set. I think they are great. They allow you to have just essentially access to very fast buff that you don't pay the downside, which is killing your own creature, because you can just pay power for that to avoid it if it has a buff. But wait, how many ways of giving a buff here is in this deck? You have the Showstopper, you have the Warmog's Armor, you have the 2-drop, the Pit Rookie. Sea Monkeys get the buff by themselves. And that's it. And you have Fey Dragon. But how often do you get to 7 fucking power? 7 runes with this deck? I don't know. And for Fiora, if you want to buff her to become mighty, you have 4 cards as in the equipment. And 3 Showstoppers and 3 Pit Rookies. Which is not terrible.
Well, it looks okay. The deck looks fine, in my opinion. Set as well. Okay. Ooh, this Draven plays almost all 3 offs. Now that's not seen often. 3 Dravens, 3 Blood Rushes, 3 Spinning X's, 3 Fans, 3 Turners, 3 Hunters, 3 Fighter Flights, 2 Hardcore Bargain, 3 Rebukes, 2 Ride the Wind, 3 Longswords, 3 Kaisers, 3 Dariuses, 3 Ferris Forerunners. Yeah, this is like very consistent deck when it comes to what we want to achieve. Like, you can see how little amount of cards it plays, right? 3, 6, 7, 10, 13. There's only 14 different types of cards in this deck. Three switcheroos in the side. That's maybe one of the cards that I would actually like to see as a one-off in this deck. But overall, this looks pretty cool. This looks pretty consistent. Which place is this? 5th place. Draven 5. Kaisa from the 7th place. Shit ton of removal. 3 retreats. 10 2-drops. Do I say this correctly? 2, 4, 7, 9. No, sorry. 9 2-drops. And 2 Noxus Hopeful, which can also be a 2-drop. Five big removals when it comes to Falling Star and Piercing Light. Yeah, this is pretty interesting deck as well. Although yeah, I think this is actually pretty cool. Looks like a consistent deck. Doesn't have many tricks for combat because it doesn't run smoke screens though. I wonder how big of a problem that is. Like, instead of smoke screens, you have piercing lights essentially. I wonder. And I would probably just cut the 2 Ravenbloom students and play Pouty Poro and Forecast instead. Hey Joe. Morning with our help. Sucks that you're still sick, no tongue while kissing. And only on the cheek, man. Only on the cheek. Not on the lips. You gotta get sick as well, man. How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. 3, 6, 9 2-drops. Plays flashes in the main. 3 Kaisas. Okay, we'll leave it as that. So that was what? That was Beijing 2 with the 55 people. Alright, let's check. So this is all 28th. Ay. Now let's do 27th. Let me change the music for a bit. This version like instrumental and normal one. Let's listen to the normal one. Mm -mm 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 -mm. 84 people in this tournament. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying. I'm like trying not to space out, but the sickness is not helping. Okay. I'm just gonna try to find out like interesting decks. Assembly rig. What the fuck? Really? I mean, if this card would cost like 3, then I think it could be actually a decent card, but costing 4 and then costing energy, that's problematic. That's a little bit much. I feel like this card would be good in a deck that doesn't have card draw. And Kaisa doesn't really have a problem with that, in my opinion. At least not in most cases. Plays unchecked power and not Icathian Rain. Why would you do that? Why would you have Icathian Rain in your side, but not in your main? I'm starting to think that this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna ignore this deck. Here we have a Leeson deck. Has a Charm, Defy, and Guard, Punch First. Do I see this correctly? This deck only plays 5 2-drops. What the fuck? What the hell? What? How does this deck win? How did it get to top 8, bro? What the fuck? 3rd place? What? How does this work? I'm really struggling here. I'm really struggling. It plays 3 times Emperor's Divide, which is essentially like a green version of a Flash, but only on your units. Sorry, Flash only works on your units as well. So it's like a weird version of Fight or Flight or Flash. What the hell?
I'm really struggling to understand why is the deck in top 3. All right, so when I said it only has 5 2-drops, I essentially kind of lied. Because it also has the Guardian Angels, which kind of serve the purpose of being a 2-drop because you play it and it's just not a unit. But then you most likely follow it up with like Novari Scout or the Illusion. The problem is this deck doesn't really have a way of moving your units the same turn unless you just combo with First Mate or the Confront. That's 3 cards. But they are expensive. It's like 2 and 3 mana. So you can't really do it fast. And if that's the case, I don't know, this is such a peculiar deck. We'll talk about the Lee Sin. Here we have Draven that is not surprising us with anything. Another Draven, also not surprising us with anything, I think. Kaisa. Okay, so that's a mech Kaisa, I think. The production surge kinda indicates this. This costs 2 less if you control a mech. Play a free mech unit token to your base. How many mechs do we have? We'll only have 4 casters. And Ferris Forerunners. So that's an interesting approach because essentially he says production surge for me is fine if I just use it for 4 mana with no power because I'm Kaisa. So I play a 3-drop with draw. It's an interesting approach. He doesn't rely on paying 2 for it, which I think is fine. Like, it wasn't in my mind whenever I think about the card, right? Because it's just so much better when you pay 2. But now that I think about it, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, this is an interesting approach to building a Kaisa. But no Dariuses! Holy shit, I just realized this deck has no Dariuses. What the hell? Does he have him in the sideboard? No. Even more Blood Rushes. Why do you want to play more Blood Rushes if you play 3, 6, 8, 11? Hmm. 11 early drops. And Kaisa, of course, which is 12. That is really interesting approach. No Darius sounds crazy. But at the same time, I'm maybe not surprised because he wants to have main board answers to gear. So he plays Rocket Barrage and Thermo Beam, and otherwise this would be actually Darius. So that is actually quite interesting approach. Let's do Kaisa from 6th place. Does he play it just because he has it and it's such an expensive card? Mm, 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 mm. Okay, this driven is not completely uninteresting. It plays game jammers, so that's additional mag for production search, but it doesn't play free production search. How does this make any sense? Come on, man. 2 Dariuses, Thermo Beam, and Rocket Barrage. Yeah, I would probably cut one Noxus Hopeful and just put in another production surge over here. Okay. Alright, let's go next one. This one didn't really have interesting decks, to be honest. I mean, the Lee Sin is shocking. Really fucking shocking. This one has a Rek'Sai. Let's see. Kaisa from the first place. Absolutely nothing interesting here, right? But it's what? Okay, never mind. Has 2 singularities, 3 cleaves, 2 game jammers, 3 forecasters, 3 poros, no piercing lights. So this guy plays singularity over piercing lights, which I don't think I would agree with. Now that I think about it. I feel like singularity doesn't give you as many options, and I know there's a big difference between dealing 4 damage and 6. But I just feel like the modality of... Like, think about it this way. You probably don't need to play Ikafian Rain in the best of 1 in your main if you have Piercing Lights. And this guy plays 2 Singularities and an Ikafian Rain, when you could just play, like, for example, 2 Piercing Lights. And one of the Ikafian Rains or the Singularities. Or maybe, like, play Singularity, 2 Piercing Lights. And just change the 2... yeah, to like change those items over here. Like, I don't know. One moment, friends. I will send something to my friend is writing to me. I want to answer him. Okay. So I think this is fine. I actually think this deck's pretty good. If I would have to play Kai'Sa in the new format, I would probably play something very similar to this, just move the singularities and Cathian Rain. You probably already said, but did you say your plans for Valorant? Right now I'm doing detox from Valorant. You know? Did they actually do a new season in Valorant already? Like, is that a new... Actually, let me log in and check. I will probably play ranked next week and see how it goes. You know, that's probably what we're gonna do. How the detox have been? How Riftbound treating you? I really like Riftbound. I want to play it all the time. You know, it's like I went to like 2 tournaments this week. Hopefully I can go to, if I will not be sick more tomorrow, then I'll go to another one tomorrow. I think the game is great. I love playing it. I love creating content about it. It's really great stuff. But when it comes to Valorant, it just, the toxicity is just way too much, man. Look. Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, that is just too fucking funny. That is just too fucking funny, man. Battle Pass? Is that new Battle Pass? Fuck me. It still didn't end. It ends in 5 days. Holy shit. Yeah. There's like, I have like zero incentive. Zero incentive to literally just play Valorant right now. It's toxic as fuck. I don't know. Okay, so this guy says what? First place. Yeah, I think this is pretty nice. Now let's check the Radian. I'm afraid nothing will change, to be honest, in Valorant. Look, most likely that's gonna be the case, Def Lotus. I just think that if Riot needs to be aware at this point, they are like, I've seen so many people complain that didn't complain in the past. They started complaining in the last month about the state of ranked. People who or at least I didn't see them on Twitter in the past, but I've seen so many people now in the past month complain, like content creators, players. They just say that the ranked is just fucking unplayable, completely dead, and so on. So I feel like we broke the dam, you know, as a community, and now I'm the one that was complaining for years, right? And I'm still perceived probably as a complainer, right? But I feel like now the dam broke because everyone else is at the point where I was a few years back already, and now maybe something will actually change. I don't know. Riot has to respond, in my opinion. And I know they're on a break, so they're not gonna do anything specific right now. But I feel like they will have to respond because it's getting ridiculous. From our community, so many people stopped playing ranked, right? Yeah, you could say the Flotus that the ball is in their court, right? And if the ball is in their court, if they don't do anything with it, then just people will just turn around. Like, that's what I think is gonna happen, like slowly but surely. Wait, one more thing I wanted to check. When it comes to stats, does this website... Can I change past week? Okay, I think this is fine. Too bad there's no like... Oh yeah, hey, actually there is a custom date. Nice. Okay, oh I like this. Start date like 26th. End date like 31. Eh? What do you mean? Something broke. Ah, okay. That's probably why. The custom dates probably is bugged out. Mm, 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 mm. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. I think you searched for January 2026. Oh, really? Might be the case. Wait. Ah, you're right. Ah, thank you. Thank you for spotting that. Thank you for spotting that because my brain doesn't brain today. It's exactly the same data, but yes. Thank you for spotting that because I am too sick to notice right now. Yeah, this is really cool. All right. So we can do overall data like this as well. Okay. Did I? Okay, so this is the VIP Aurelia. So this is a more mech. Again, kind of mind-boggling choices over here. 2 weak Cathian Reigns. And 1 unchecked power. Holy shit. I also plays 1 blue rumble. Okay. Weird deck. Weird dick. Now let's check the rec site. This is what really interests me. Holy, 3 Seal of Rage. Okay. So deck plays Sanctum, Zone Warrens, and Veiled Temple. When you concur here, you may ready a friendly gear. If it's an equipment, you may detach it. And that essentially means that it's only aimed to be used for the Seal of Rage over here. And maybe the longsword for the detachment. So what does make this deck work? It is just a red aggro deck with a lot of removal. That's essentially how it works. And has 1 Sun Disc. Interesting. Wait, how does this work? So you can activate it at the beginning of the round. Even before you had Legion activated. I don't know how often would that be actually used in that way. I was just thinking about the interaction. But you can essentially queue it. Like for example, if you want to achieve like a conquer effect and play a unit with the with the effect of Void Borrower, right? Because you will play a card after Conquer, so you're not gonna be able to tap the Sun Disk during that moment, but you can tap the Sun Disk before you do the Conquer, and because of that, then the card from the Conquer, if that's gonna be a unit, right, and it was the second card, it's gonna enter ready. It says it's like interesting sequencing. Thank you for the follow, Barcode, by the way, and Vyater. Much appreciated. All right, so this is pretty cool. I don't think it's a great deck, and it's very casino-like. Like there's so much RNG involved in this deck. It's kind of crazy. Can this deck be any good? Who the fuck knows? Shenzhen. Let's put in the... What's that name? Rek'Sai. 4th place. But I do like the inclusion of Seal of Rage, because you will have potential card draw in this deck, but you're gonna be running into the problem of not having enough runes and power. So I like that. I like that, and I don't think people will side in gear removal for seals. Hey, Demon. Demon. Wait, do I say demon or do I say Damon? Thank for the raid, my friend. How are you doing? Are you a Riftbound streamer? Or a Valorant streamer, my friend? Much appreciated for the raid. Of course, Riftbound. I'm asking because I never know, because I come from different kind of communities. So I never know, you know? What's your favorite deck right now? Do you already test Spirit Forge? I have to say MF aggro. Didn't build one myself, but there's potential there for sure, with the bullet time and the new card, the new gear that allows you to use energy to get power, right? To convert it. It's a good removal then. Dravens. Yeah, this Ravens, whatever. Okay. Kaisa. Lucian ganking is just a lot to deal with early. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Although Lucian itself seems like a pretty good deck. I wonder how will it do when people actually learn how to play against it? That's what I'm thinking. Because the deck's very aggressive, right? The Relentless Pursuit is just pretty nasty when you can use it the same way that you use Ride the Wind during your opponent's turn to get additional points. Many people don't really play it like that yet, because they try to use it like during their own turn, you know? No piercing lights in this list. It plays Gam Jammers, Forecasters, and Poros. I think this is pretty decent build. I'm not sure if I like I mean, this is best of ones, so again, in a best of 3 you would probably not run Thermo beam in your main. I mean, like, most likely 100% not. Although one have to think, it's like, how important is gonna be gear hate in the main in the upcoming best of threes? Because all of the, like, orange decks all play equipment, red decks all play equipment. It might be just like 6 pieces, like people will play Draven will play its spinning axes and long swords. Any orange deck will play some form of equipment. So maybe Rocket Barrage should be in main, like 2 pieces of Rocket Barrage. Who the hell knows? And probably go for Zone Warrants, yeah. In the best of 3, I'm thinking. To filter the cards that you don't need in your hand. Okay. Anyway. Zoo. So this is mid-range. The funniest thing is that all the orange decks don't have to think about playing anti-fucking equipment cards because they can just play action in main and be done with it. That's so funny. I feel like orange has the best way of utilizing gear hate, because they can play gear themselves and play anti-gear in form of 1 card. This is crazy. Like, action is just incredible. Three charms, 3 defy, 3 on guard, 3 punch first. Has 8 different 2-drops. Thoughts on Fiora and Spirit Forge? I think Fiora is neat. Will she be better than any of the other orange decks? Yeah, Fiora Legend. That's what I'm. What are you asking? That's the problem, because I feel like there's so much competition right now in that space. It doesn't really matter if the yellow color is there or not, right? But I feel like Fiora will compete in the same slots as Set, Lucian, and Master Yi to some form. Like, kind of version like this one. They all try to achieve the same thing, you know? With Lucian being the most unique, I would say, out of those 4 colors. But they all share similarities when it comes to how you build and play your deck. And it's just, I think, up to the player to decide which playstyle they like the most. Because all 4 of them should be playable, in my opinion. But now let's ask this way. Let's ask ourselves a question. What is the reason for me to play Fiora over, for example, Set or Lucian? What is the reason? Right? Is the reason the signature card? How important is the signature card? Does it define the entire deck? Right? Or is it something else? Is it the legend itself? Does it define the way I play the deck? Right? And I feel like with Fiora, neither of those are actually convincing arguments. Right? Because Riposte is great, but it's just a counterspell. You can play counterspell in Master Yi as well. Right? So, like, that's not really an argument. Do you have access to better chosen unit when you play Fiora though? You know? Like, that's a very interesting thing. Like, the yellow Fiora, the 4-drop, I think she's phenomenal. Having access to have this card always, that's pretty decent. Hello, Micah. How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year. I'm a bit confused with Akshan. He has move enemy gear to your base. Is being the gear in your base making you the owner recipient of its effect as per current rules? What would be the example? For example, Pabi? Like, in general, it does, you control it. So yes, all its functions are now yours. So if you move, like, for example, a Zhonya's, that Zhonya's now works for you. I'm not sure if this answers your question. Just woke up like 4 minutes ago, and the first thing you do is pop on the stream. What a legend. More aggro orange yellow than Set. Is she? Alekai, I think she's not more aggro than Set. No? Look, that was a Set deck. Wait. Here. That was a Set deck in this Chinese tournament over here. I don't think Fiora is gonna be more aggro than this. So funny you can steal Aurora. Yeah, right? It's like, okay, buddy. Good deal. And then Aurora plays action as well. By the way, I just wait. Is it? Yeah, this is the deck I was already talking about. Always get better, Miker. Head up. Yeah. So look. This is a very good example. This is essentially plays exactly the same cards as a Fiora deck would play. The difference is that it plays Bone Shiver instead of BF Sword, because BF Sword is more important for Fiora to trigger Mighty. Right? But it has, like, essentially is almost playing identical cards. But is Showstopper better than Riposte? I think it is. No? In Fiora, I like opportunity to play many cards with power cost without ramping yourself. Yes, but what is your payoff? You got a brick out of buffs, right? No arena bar. Yes, I was counting that myself as well. He essentially has 2 Warmog's armors, the Fey Dragons, right? And that's another thing that I was also questioning. How often do you get to 7 energy while playing this? Without actually playing this deck, I don't really have an answer. But it is an interesting deck. And I feel like you could maybe play just 1 arena bar in this deck. You don't want to play multiple arena bars, but maybe just 1 would be good. Look, I think much for the follow, buddy. I want you to give a sub to someone. You just use 200k points to give someone a free tier 1 sub. We can do a competition. First person to say Miker SL is a Chad. Chad King gets the sub. Let's do it this way. Thank you for spending 200k points for a free sub for someone. Could have used it for yourself, buddy, by the way. Barcode is first. No, wait. No, sorry. Brave Worm was first. Brave Worm was first. Here we go. Remember, guys, if because on Twitch you have ads. You don't have ads when you sub, but even if you don't sub, you can just type in ! no ads and watch on the in the link, and you will have no ads. This is not a scam. I cannot tell you exactly on the broadcast how it works because I could get suspended by Twitch. But if you want to have no ads, just type in ! no ads. Hello, Gopen. How you doing, buddy? Happy New Year. Anyway, the conversation was here. So, like, you would have to like practice a little bit, play both. But I feel like, in my opinion, I think Set might be a little bit better positioned in the metagame than Fiora. Like, I feel like Fiora gets like she's gonna get easier punished, you know, although Fiora probably will do better against Victor, but none of them, neither of those decks were gonna do well against Victor, I think. I don't know. It's an interesting topic because I think it all falls down to which deck do you feel like you're gonna be playing better yourself because of your playstyle. Like, what I always bring as an example is there's like in Origins, a Kai'Sa deck and a Kai'Sa deck can be different by like 5 cards, right? Which is not a lot, right? But then the playstyle of the player can be so different that both of those specs play completely differently, you know? It's very interesting how big of a difference a player's playstyle is actually making in this game, you know? But yeah, I feel like if you're playing Orange, you have to decide just which direction you want to go. And I feel like the most enticing from all the directions that we have, right? Let me show you what I mean and try to visualize it. So when we play Orange, is that orange? That doesn't look orange. Okay. So when we play Orange, this is our box of Orange. We just have to decide which direction we go, right? Because we have 4 different ones. So we can go Set. We can go Lucian. We can go Yi. And we can go Fiora. Garen. Okay, buddy. Good one. I want to believe that kindness put it in the world will somehow go back to me even if it's not true. I have the same perception. Still waiting for that moment as well. But sometimes comes back in small portions, you know? So that's nice. So yeah, and now you have to like attribute what do you get to those when we make this decision. If we play Fiora, the potential is Counterspell, right? And Ramp. That's what we're getting for playing Fiora. If we play Yi, we're getting stats, counter spells, and also the bonus is consistency. Like, that's what I think what you get. Consistency, counter spells, and stats. And then we play Lucian, which is aggro, like really big aggro, right? Big fucking aggro, and movement. The downside is that I mean, you have to play gear. That is a downside and a upside. So we probably should written it in a different color. Let's write it in pink. Oops. Gear. This is like an upside and downside at the same time. Right? Like this. You don't have to play gear in Yi. And then when we play Set, we get survival, movement. That's what I would say. What about MF and Sevier? Completely different decks. Because this conversation started as what do I think about Fiora? And I feel like if you want to play a deck like Fiora, you have to think about those 4 directions. Because all of them are similar. They try to achieve a similar thing by playing a little bit differently. But their core values and core choices are gonna be from this one direction. You know? They're gonna have a lot of common choices. Probably all of them, apart from maybe Yi, will play Lucian. I think. You know? Like Lucian the unit, right? The free orange guy. But like MF will most likely play more similarly to Lucian than to Fiora, for example, right? So that's why I feel like you have to answer this question yourself when trying to build a deck. Also, I didn't even touch about the topic of, are we talking here about the regionals? Because if you're going to compete in Bologna, one of the aspects that you have to think about is, do I want to compete for the metal foil card, right? If I want to compete with the metal foil card, then probably the best choices will be Set and Fiora, because they're not gonna have a lot of people playing them, right? And then of course Garen actually is not a joke. So yeah, I think this is something that everyone has to kind of like answer yourself. Fiora is a cool deck, but is she better than those other directions over here? Probably not. You know, that's what I think. That's what I think. She's probably not better than the other directions. Will every legend get a metal card? Just Spiritful legends. Every legend will get a metal full card. So when you go to compete in Bologna, you will be able to win 1 out of the 26, 28, right? Right? Is it 28? There's 12 per expansion plus 4 in proving grounds. So that should be 28. I just hope that Riot does something like this. Wait, actually, Riftbound metal cards. So when they have this metal card, not a single photo. Anyway, why does this look so bad? What the fuck? So this is a metal card, right? And it doesn't. Can I do this full screen or something? Yeah, nice. That's what I wanted to see. So he showed the back of the card. It's essentially the same, right? I wish that what Riot would do is make a stamp. The thing is, all of those metal cards are not being made by the same company that are printing the cards themselves. This is made by Displate. So Displate will have full like you can customize the way you want, and they will have different kind of logistical chains of supply that don't have the same constraint as paper printers, because card games are fucking ridiculous right now. It's like the new golden age for card games right now. It's like the 90s again. Like, I was born in the 80s, right? And in the 90s, I am telling you, when I was a lot in Berlin, I'm Polish, but I was a lot in Berlin because I had family there. Whenever I was going to any kind of fucking shop, it could have been any kind of like Volvorf or Aldi or anything like that. They had card games everywhere. You went to MediaMarkt, you had card games. You went to a fucking discount shop, they had card games. There was so many card games. It was insane. And we're in the spot again when there's card games everywhere. And they're getting really big. So what I wanted them to do, so logistical chain of production is an actual problem when it comes to paper production. But when it comes to metal cards production like this, that's not an issue. Because they don't have the same constraints when it comes to their like supply chain. So what I would like the Riot to do is to make a small stamp, can be even on the back of the card. Can be on the back of the card, so it doesn't spoil like the front, right? When it just says regional qualifier Bologna, regional qualifier, I don't know, fucking Melbourne when it's gonna be in Australia, and so on and so on and so on. So every single one of those metal cards are gonna have the small information which tournament it is coming from, because they're gonna be rare, but they're gonna have like they're gonna be more and more of them with each tournament, right? So I would like that small amount of like just the cool aspect of where this card was won to be added. I don't think they will do it, but it would be nice. Probably would have to have, like, Houston doesn't have them, right? But you will have to plan for the future ones. I really dislike this deck. The Irelia VIP decks, fuck it. Okay, so, okay. This was Shenzhen. Okay. Shenzhen, Rek'Sai, and Master. Those are the two ones I wanted to show apart from the winner. Okay, now we have Shanghai. How many? What am I listening to? They're the same. Anyway, all right. Here we have Irelia. Okay. Here we have an actual Azir on the second place. Not a VIP deck? Yeah. Like, this is probably a deck that I would never play myself. I just don't like the way it looks and plays. You know? Too many pieces to go together to make it work. You can draw so many awkward hands with this. China metagame is vastly different than ours though, no? They love Kaisa over there? Well, we love Kaisa here too, man. But the thing is, the Chinese metagame in all of those tournaments that I'm going through here, they are all best of ones. That is completely different game. This is not the same stuff. Playing a best of 3 and a best of 1 in Riftbound is just like not comparable, you know? And I also, this is my own opinion, so you might disagree with it, but I think the Chinese players are not really good at innovating stuff. You know, they are not really good at innovating stuff, and it is like that in many different games. I actually had, if you want to listen to my full opinion about that, why I think like that, go here to this video. Annie lit Riftbound on fire. Type an exclamation mark Riftbound. That's the link to the channel. In this video, there's a chapter meta shifts. Why was China different? This is where I share my opinion about why I think China is just worse when it comes to innovating. You know? BO1 tournaments in 2026 is crazy. Is Kurosaki in the chat? He was not saying anything today, but One Piece is like full best of ones everywhere on the planet. Not a fan of that. One moment. I tried One Piece, but I hated the tag leader Wincon. I mean, the problem with One Piece is that you can essentially never play a control deck in One Piece because the game will always end with the Dons being used as the final push. At least that's what I had. That's the perception I had when I was playing it, which was like, you know, 2.5 years ago, or like 2 years ago, right? Okay, okay, this is here. What do I have here? Hall of Legends, Arena Greatest, on Forge. I like this selection of all locations. This is good one. I like all. Although Arena's Greatest and the best of one, that's just idiotic. Like you should in best of one, you don't choose your locations random, so you can lose dice roll. And then you have 33% to be fucked because you're gonna put in Arena's Greatest when your opponent's going first. That is not a fucking good idea. But in a best of 3, I would use those 3 locations most likely for Azir. Has 2 Defies, 1 in guard, 3 Desert Calls. Nope, no Poro. At least you save on money for a sideboard and One Piece, I guess. So see, that's not true, because in the big tournaments, once you go through the Swiss portion, you play best of 3s in playoffs. In the Chinese Riftbound tournaments that are best of 1s, you play best of 3 in the fucking finals. It's really weird. So how good is this Azir deck? Plays Death Grips 3 times. What? Why do you play Death Grip 3 times in this deck? You want to utilize additional Sand Warriors that they have in your base? When they are not ready? Maybe. Maybe that's the way that he wants to utilize that. Why are we playing this one? When you control a unit becomes mighty, you may pay yellow to ready it. Okay, so I see the point. So essentially, if you have Fiora on board, all of the Sand Soldiers that have Weapon Master and equip a BF sword enter ready. It's not bad. So essentially, if I have 5 resources, so if I go second, I can drop Fiora turn 1 and turn 2 drop BF sword, do a Sand Soldier, and make it ready if I pay yellow. Not bad. Not bad. That is a good play pattern. I mean, not great, but it's okay, you know? Enter ready if you sacrifice your whole economy. I mean, it's just one yellow. I'm just thinking, like, I don't think this is a bad play. Like, Fiora turn 1 into BF and make it ready for the Sand Soldier. You only pay 1 yellow. And you have a 5 might unit that can enter a location. Probably will hold that location. And even if it dies, you still have the BF sword that you will be able to equip next turn. That is actually a good pattern. Brutalizer? No, yeah, I mean, it's gonna work with any of those, yes. I'm just saying that it fits the curve. That the BF sword is, because it's the more expensive card, that is the question that we should be asking ourselves. What is the play pattern? And the play pattern, even with the more expensive card, is there. Right? If you go first, then your play patterns are gonna be completely different. Like, when you're going first, you're looking for those 6. Otherwise, you're gonna have to play Desert's Call, which is not great. So it's like... I'm not sure I like this. I legit think that this deck probably should play the new green Poro that draws card when it's alone, instead of the Gods and Emperor's Divide. Maybe you can keep like 1 Emperor's Divide. How good is this card? Oh, bro, it's Flash. It has to be good. I mean, yeah. Unsung Hero? No, I don't think Unsung Hero would actually be a great choice here. The green Poro that just draws cards when it dies alone is more consistent. Unsung Hero will probably never get the weapon attached to itself. And it will only work on BF Sword and nothing else. So that's not a great choice, I would say. Right? It's better in orange, the Unsung Hero, than with green. Flash is a reaction though, which makes a huge difference. Well, this one is reaction if you put it on your hidden. Right? But then it only works on that battlefield. So it's like... But I would probably do it this way. I would most likely change the 2 Gods into the green Poros. Because I would... Like, I know you have Desert's Calls, but it's like this card is also pretty good when you play it for 4. But wait, is there any other 1-drop equipment that you can use in green yellow, or is it only Eye of Herald and Doran's Shield? I can't remember anything else. I don't think there's anything else, no? You can play Seals, I guess. Warmog is orange. Green. There's only Doran, and there's Poro Snacks, but it costs power, so you're not gonna play that. Yellow. You have only Eye of the Herald. So the only other thing you could play would be Seal of Unity or Seal of Focus. And that is also not the best choice to play on your turn 1 when you have 2 energy. I think that Azir will be a much better deck if they get 1 more gear for 1 drop. Advantages of guards is when you hide it, you can equip Brutalizer or BF Sword at a reaction speed. That is true. Yes, you're right, Heretic. That's a good point. That's a really good point. That is a really good point. And that changes my opinion quite a bit, actually. Hello, Zeppel. How you doing, buddy? Remember, guys, if you don't have a sub on the channel, you can just type an exclamation mark, no ads, to watch with no ads. And also chat there. That gets me paid. Lol. I don't know. I kind of I like this deck. Is that a Reina blind? Shoot it! Shoot it! I mean, it's almost literally it. Like, it almost looks perfect like that. I don't know. I kind of like this deck. I'm not sure about the Death Grips, though. Maybe that's a card that could be replaced here? I mean, in general, I like the card. I'm just thinking the card is giga good in set and with Soraka, right? And this is neither. There's no Soraka here and there's no set as a legend. So why are we playing 3 Death Grips? What the fuck? Right? Why? That's the thing that I really, really don't understand. A lot of tokens you can sacrifice, I guess, but you have limited amount of tokens that you can have in this deck. No? Because you can only create a token if you play a gear in the same turn. Once you play a gear, you can't create more tokens next round. Morning, JC. How are you doing? I'm trying to find the reasoning here. I mean, the upside is like this. Let me draw it for you. So we have, actually, that's not a good idea to draw. You can do it this way. For example, I have a token which is ready. I play a gear, any gear, right? I create the new token. The new tokens enters the game, equips the gear. So let's say I played Brutalizer. So this gear is 5. Sorry, this new token is 5. Now, on the new token that I have here, this is the new one that has the Brutalizer attached. So it's 5 might. Right? But it's tapped. Fuck me. Wait. Ah! Let me show it again what I mean. So, we have 1 Sand Soldier that is ready and it's 2 might. Then I play Brutalizer. Right? I play a new token which enters tapped. We attach the Brutalizer, so this becomes 5. And then I play Death Grip. Right? So this becomes 7. This dies. I draw a card. And we can also now, if you want to sacrifice the power, attach the Brutalizer and go to 10. That's one of the play patterns that you can do with something like this. If it matters, right? If it matters that you go from 7 to 10. Like in most cases, it will not matter. I like the idea of the card, but not when discipline is a card. It does do card draw, right? And you don't really have card draw in this deck, which is another problem. If you're going for a token deck, it's just better to play Victor or Darius Baited Hook. Victor, yes, but it's a different deck. Baited Hook, I don't think Baited Hooks are gonna be good in Spirit Forge at all. Like, I don't think Aurora or Baited Hook are good choices because you're getting giga fucked by gear hate. Like, you are revolving around gear, right? If that's the case, you're gonna have a hard time when that gets demolished. One moment. Draven seems so broken from my playtest so far. I don't think he's broken. Is he good? Yeah. He's a pop stomper. Draven is the Reyna of Valorant. Sorry, Draven is the Reyna of Riftbound. Makanto Warbeast, thank much for the follow, buddy. Is that a card from Magic? Akshan will be in my side deck for 3 Auroras. Akshan, if you play orange, you should be playing Akshan in main. That's what I think. I don't think you can not play Akshan in the main if you're playing orange. I think once people start to learn the game better, then Draven may fall off. I think the floor of Draven is very, very high. So you're gonna perform with Draven, and that's why it's probably gonna be the most common deck in Spirit Forge. But I don't think it's gonna have super high ceiling, you know? Like, I think it's just gonna be your default aggro deck, but it's not gonna be like dominating. I hope. I really hope so, because otherwise we're fucked. But I don't think he's good enough. I think he's just very strong at the fundamental level, and you will just fucking stomp people who really don't play the game well. And those people will feel really bad about this game. So I think overall, I would do something about Draven if I was Riot, but not for the reason that the deck is too good. I just think the deck is just like, meh. What's the point of a deck like this? You know? I think Kai'Sa will be strong. Yeah, 100%. Kai'Sa is not going anywhere. She's gonna be very good. Draven will be S tier, but not tier 0 with nothing close. Yeah, I would say so. How would you build MF in Spirit Forge, assuming Aurora is bad? An aggro Ride the Wind deck with probably bullet time and that gear that creates energy. Maybe? I don't know. I didn't try it yet, you know? They need to change the definition of what combat is. I think there are two things that we can do. So with Draven, we could do maybe this. We have Draven. Green. We have the Draven card, right? And this motherfucker. This is Draven, by the way. So this motherfucker, I feel like he will have 2 ways. If Riot wants to do something, there are 2 ways what he can do. One, the annoying way, is errata. We already have the precedent because they errated shit ton of cards, right? And there are cards like, for example, what's the mutation thingy? Convergent mutation says choose a friendly unit, increase its might until it equals the might of another friendly unit. It doesn't say this turn. They errated this card here this turn. You see this? They changed the entire fucking card. So there's already precedence to this, right? So I think that they will maybe do an errata that says once per turn or tap. Right? They can do this. The other option would be comprehensive rule change, which is a no. Like, I know this is the easiest because you don't have to change any cards, but man, learning the comprehensive rules is a fucking pain in the ass. So then you change combat definition. But what is going to be the outcome of changing the combat definition? Changing the combat definition of saying from now on the combat only happens when there's damage being done. That will limit the game design in the future. Because when you think about it from like atmosphere, vibe, lore perspective, right? When you play League of Legends, for example, and you play on mid and you have a fight, right? If one of the guys uses a flash and fucks off to base, you won this combat, right? We won this combat, and now I control the lane, and I'm getting the upside of winning that combat, which is controlling the wave, trying to push damage towards the base, and so on. And I feel like because of that, I would not like to do the comprehensive rule change. Because I think the combat definition is important for the future of the game when it comes to the design of it. I'm not saying it's important right now, but it would be like Draven still would exist in the future, but then this change to comprehensive rules would probably make a problem, you know? So I don't like the comprehensive rule change. What, is there a third way of doing this? I would have liked the extra line. When you lose combat, discard a card to balance it out. But that is like making a completely new character. Now, I like the idea, Shelfa. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I like the idea. But the problem is, that is not an errata. That is essentially a new leader. Right? And I don't think they can do that. Right? But I feel like what is also interesting is that you can do the errata thingy here. And what you can also do, even though you do errata, you can then print out a new Draven with the updated text of once per turn or the tap symbol and just send it to shops as a bundle. Right? It's just a legend. Although it's a foil, so that's fucking annoying. So I don't know. Errata will be good. What do you think are the odds this will happen? Probably would happen already in China, no? What about overnumbered already owned? Well, it's not a big errata, so it doesn't matter that much, I would say. Right? I think the overnumbered is just like whatever. There are collector pieces and not game pieces that are meant to be played, to be honest, I think. Right? So, well, like, I would not be talking about this if there would be no precedence. The precedence of the erratas that we already had in Origins are making, in my opinion, this a possibility. And I feel like if I would be working in Riot, I would have done the errata. Not because I think Draven is too powerful. I just think it's kind of setting up a bad, unfun experience for the people who are trying to learn the game. You guys, You guys think playing against Kai'Sa is a bad experience for new players? Make them play against Draven and let them choose which one is the worst experience. I can guarantee you they will feel that playing against Draven is worse than playing against Kai'Sa. Right? You're just like, oh my god, bro. He wins and he draws a card and he has an instant weapon and it's like I cannot do anything, man. I'm just getting bombarded, man, bro. So I feel like if I would be working in Riot, that would be the main reason why I would change this. And I think Draven drawing one card per combat, it's still fucking nasty. You know? I always think removal is the biggest turn down for new players. But Kai'Sa, like, at some point, you will see that Kai'Sa is running out of cards, most likely. Draven will not. And Draven has the tricks, the purple tricks, that are just, I think, worse fucking feeling than actual damage removal. Like, someone shoots your unit, it's like, yeah, okay. Like, you know, you shut down my unit. I can play that kind of removal as well. But, like, combat tricks that make you fucking just, like, for 2 mana, move those fucking unit back to the base. Fuck you. For 2 mana, take this card back to your hand. Fuck you. Like, if you play against Kai'Sa and you play like a big unit, at least that Kai'Sa has to now figure out how to fucking remove a big unit, because I can't really deal like 8 damage out of hand. You know? And Draven goes, no, rebuke. Fuck you. And you're like, oh. And see, he still has 6 cards in his hand. So I feel like for new players, that is worse experience than playing against straight up removal. You know? Shoe Digital, thank you for the follow, buddy. So, like, think about this. As a new player, which would be the worst experience for you? Let's say you play, I don't know, you play as some Master Yi or like some kind of, I don't know, some kind of mid-range deck. Would you would you prefer to play? Actually, not prefer. What would feel worse for you? Playing against a Victor control deck with all removal, or against Draven, right? Think about that. I'll be back in a second because I'm gonna go take a pee-pee break. So you're saying you would feel worse about playing against Victor than against Draven, but you're biased because you play purple and you hate Victor. Pretty good bias. Takis, thank you much for the follow as well. Alright. Anyway, what I was doing. This is Azir deck. Yeah. Yeah, I think this Azir deck is interesting. Still not sold on this death grip, but it's okay. Okay, then we have. Let's just open all of those. This Kaisa, nothing innovative over here. No set deck so far. There was one set deck. I already spoke about it, but it's gonna be in the video. I feel like set is never gonna be popular, but I think it's gonna be the good deck. I think it's gonna be a good deck, bro. Like, you can play. How do I explain this? You can play a deck that doesn't have gear, but can have gear hate, and play a deck that is similar to having gear. Which I think is very good. You know? Like, no one will side gear hate against a fucking set. Even if you play Warmogs, it's like someone's gonna look at Warmog and be like, I'm not gonna side in Thermal Beam against this, you know? It's like, what do you mean? You know? Maybe if you play BF swords and like Doran's blades and shit, and you have like 8 pieces, then maybe someone should consider that, you know? I tried to recraft and see it seems so hard to fit everything. Oh, I agree about that. I agree about that. Ugh, this Fioras, man. Trinity Force also? I don't think you will play Trinity Force. If you want to play Trinity Force, then I think it's better to play Lucian than Set. Oh, Master Yi. Trinity Force with yellow set could be an idea. But you have to ask yourself again, the question is like, why would I want to play Trinity Force in set where I could do the same but in Master Yi, right? Or in Lucian with the combo of with the Spear of Arian, right? Like, I feel like if you really want to do a Trinity Force deck, I feel like Master Yi and Lucian probably gonna work better for that. You know? But I don't think also that it's a good choice. That, to be fair, I am a little bit biased because I don't think Trinity Force is a great card, and you kinda limit yourself very badly when you play it like that, right? You can also play it in MF and do the Ride the Wind ganking. Yes, actually, now when I think about it, when you said that, Alaray, I think that's probably the most common thing that you could do that would actually equal to the hold. Did you pre-order the new expansion? There are no pre-orders, not at least in my local gaming shops. Or on Riot, right? So, I don't know. I'll figure out something, but I don't even know what kind of deck I want to play at Bologna, so we'll see. Sivir? Yeah, Sivir as well. Although I think Sivir is gonna be a little bit different than MF. And I think if you want to play Trinity Force, probably MF is gonna be a better choice because it's gonna fit better to what you're trying to achieve. There's so many Chinese tournaments. I really don't want to make videos about the Chinese tournaments, but with like 2 hours long. Like they need to be a little bit faster. So I need to choose just the winner and just interesting decks overall, and not just talk about the entire top 8. You know. Now this Lucian, let's see. I feel like the locations, you're never gonna get anything better than this. I think those are probably the best locations you can play in this deck. Are there any better ones than you can play in Lucian? You 100% play Ornn. Like 100%. Right? And then you also play Forge the Fluffed. 100%. Because it actually uses your legend, which has no use otherwise. So those two locations are like incredibly good in Lucian. The Sunken Temple is probably the worst one. But it's still very good. So is there any other location that would be better than those 3? I don't think so. Nothing comes to my mind like instantly pops in, right? Maybe the one that gives you ganking. Yeah, maybe. Maybe the one with ganking would be a choice. Only one action in main. You joking? How many 2-drops you have here? 4, 6, 9. Is really Strike Down a playable card, man? When I read this card, I was like, fuck this card, it's horrible. Having playing Mask and Yi feels so good, plus stats on it are really insane. I'm sorry, which mask? We're talking about the Origins mask or something else? Choose an equip-friendly unit that deals damage equal to its might to an enemy unit, then detach an equipment from it. It's 3 fucking energy in 1 power. I really don't like this card. But I never played with it, so maybe it's just my bad opinion, right? The mask that gives +1 when alone. That mask makes sense in decks like Yi and Irelia or Yasuo. But I think the problem is that how many equipments you play and how much gear hate actually will be there. Because the same point that I made about Seth playing only like Warmogs, for example, he's not gonna get hated out. But if you start playing too much, then you actually might get gear hated out. And then losing Mask actually feels pretty bad. You know? Makes you a triggered legend and it targets base. Strike Down is kind of occasional. Fiora makes you a triggered legend and it targets base. True. True, and in Fiora, you're not gonna essentially recuperate the cost of the power of Strike Down, right? So yes, I do agree it looks like a better card for Fiora. In this deck is essentially here because you probably want to detach the equipment sometimes yourself. This is why there's 2 angle shots and a Strike Down. And you also lack removal, right? Like you have no removal in this deck. But it does play 3 Bone Shivers, so that essentially kinda makes the cost essentially be similar to Fiora. If you have the Bone Shivers, right? You're not gonna lose power over here. I don't know, man. This deck looks pretty nasty. I definitely prefer this version over the combo version with Trinity Force and Spears of Arian. The problem I see with this deck is that you are not looking good if you're not drawing Relentless Pursuit. Right? What do you guys think? This deck doesn't play without Relentless Pursuit. It's your best card in the entire deck. One of my like inner feelings tell me to maybe play Lucian at Bologna. But I'm so worried about the gear hate, man. Are you not starving for cards with this deck? That's why you play 3 Kaisas over here. And you have cantrips like Confront and Angle Shot. But yes, you are. I agree. That's why you also have the Sunken Temple as a choice, right? Is there anything else you could play in this deck that draws more cards? Red with no Darius seems weird. You don't really need Darius here. Like you have just... The deck just plays a little bit differently. Can I add Kiana? Yeah, but Kiana's power cost is a problem. Do you think people in Bologna side events will have the S2 cards already? I think if someone is coming to Bologna, they're gonna have Spirit Forge cards. That's what I think. I think access to Lucians in Champion Zone is really cool though. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree, my friend. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da, ba-ba, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum. I don't know. It looks pretty cool. The list looks pretty cool. I like it. This Irelia, fuck Irelias, man. All my homies hate Irelia. I don't know. I just have some prejudice towards Irelia decks. I just don't like the idea of playing VIP decks. Although this is a less of a VIP deck because it doesn't play Zonias because you have Lonely Poros and Treasure Hunters. But it does play the Dariuses. Sorry, the Dravens, right? So it's still kind of a VIP deck. Anyway. Another Kaisa. Ooh, this one is definitely built more concisely. 3 Bellows Breath? What is happening here? Fortified position. Hello? What a weird fucking deck. Plays 3 times Singularity and doesn't play a single Piercing Light. What? Production Surge is the best Kaisa card. It's a very... Like, I was thinking about this today. You would probably play Production Surge and Kaisa even without any mechs as a 2-drop. Right? Like, I would probably... In this deck, I would probably just put Pouty Poros instead of Game Jammers and be like, that's fine. Better for mirrors. I don't like the card shops over here, by the way. I mean, I don't like this deck. I really don't like this deck. I think the Bellows Breath, card shops, Game Jammers. I feel like 3 Singularities, man. Like, what's going on over here? And I understand that he put Production Surges instead of Hopefuls. But I feel like this deck would probably become a bit better if you would just cut card shops and put Hopefuls. cut like 2 singularities, put 2 piercing lights, and probably cut Bellows Breath. Oh shit, it doesn't play fucking Hextech. I just realized it doesn't play Hextech Ray. What? It has 3 Bellows Breath instead of 3 Hextech. Nah, there's no way this is correct, no? There's no way in hell this is a correct choice. No cleaves. No blood. This is such a different Kai'Sa deck. Holy shit. I just realized how many cards is it missing from the other versions. Had to work somehow? Yeah. 8 placed in a best of 1 event. You have to question all of it. I think it's because of Void Gate. You don't choose. It's a best of 1. You have 33% chance that you're going to be playing on your Void Gate. So it's like, hello? In a best of 3, this would make a little bit more sense, because what you can do, for example, with this deck list, I'm not saying with, like, I would definitely build it differently, but right? But let's say I'm playing a best of 3 with this deck. Happy New Year 2-2 attempts. I choose Void Gate as my first game. So Bellows Breath is actually pretty decent on that location, right? Because it can deal 2 damage to like 3 units for 1 mana, right? Or you can pay 2 mana, 2 energy, 1 power, and deal essentially 4 damage, right? Which is decent. But then we do not play with Void Gate anymore, so I'm siding out the Bellows Breath for Icathian Reigns and something else. Most likely. Right? That's what I would do. But in a best of 1, you cannot plan this. You play just a best of 1, and this Bellow Breath might be just fucking awful. But I really, that brings me to another point. I really do like Riftbound's strategy in best of 3, because you can literally build a deck that plays so differently in a best of 3. You can have a strategy for game 1 that is going to be a completely different strategy on game 2, and a completely different strategy on game 3, if you all squeeze that into your 48, right? It's really fucking cool. But in general, it is an interesting deck because it's so different from the other Kaisers that we've seen. So I'm gonna put it here. Which was that? That was Shanghai 2. Wuhan. Driving. Oh, there's a Fiora here. We're gonna try to speed it up. I'm not feeling well, by the way. Game is very cool. Hope they don't fuck it up. What will be the big... Okay, guys. What would be the worst fuck up they could do for you? What would make the game so bad for you that you would quit it? What would be the worst choice that they could do to make you like go like away from the game? I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just interested to hear like your opinions, because maybe it will be rooted in a problem that you already encountered in a different card game, right? Power creep everything. That will gonna happen anyway. That is gonna be happening all the time, but that's also the reason why we're gonna have a rotation system. The way they treat the competitive. You mean tournaments, organized play. So I don't think we have to worry about any of those, because power creep will happen, but power creep should be under, you know, an umbrella of the rotation, which would limit it. And then the way they treat the competitive over organized play, I think that's not going to be a problem, because Riot's ecosystems are all around that. So history shows that in other games they do care about it. Even in Legends of Runeterra, that was like Legends of Runeterra had apparently, I never played it, right? I mean, I played the game, but I never played in tournaments. But I heard only good opinions about the tournament systems in Legends of Runeterra. Cannot buy the second expansion like Origins. I don't think this is an argument, Jazove. You can buy singles. I really don't understand this argument. Like, the single prices, they are high, yes, but you can buy singles. It's really not a problem. And if you would be sensible about card games, buying boxes is just gambling. It makes no sense. You know? Not being able to join Bologna killed my area. That is a very good point. I agree about that. That is probably the biggest one. Not having access to buy the tickets, right? That might be the biggest problem. So I hope they fix that, because it's definitely it was something that affected me with One Piece. I really didn't like the fact that I just getting a ticket for One Piece events was so problematic, right? Power creep is necessary in card games, just needs to be well managed. Correct, Nix. It needs to be well managed. It needs to be kept with the rotation, right? Like, so, yeah. But I do agree about the Bologna tickets and so on. But at the same time, we have to think about one thing. In Bologna, there's gonna be over 1,600 people, right? 1,600 people competing, maybe even more, right? And there's gonna be even more people playing only side events. Probably like, I don't know, let's say 2,000 people, right? Overall. Now, how big those events can be in the future. If the game gets so big that you're gonna sell out 2,000 tickets, you're gonna sell out 3,000 tickets, or like you're gonna sell out 2,000 tickets, you're gonna sell out 2,500 tickets, you're gonna sell out 3,000 tickets. It's logistically speaking a big challenge. Where do you host the events that will have so many people? How do you host them? How long they will be, right? What was the biggest ever tournament in card games? Was it like some Magic tournament with like 4K? Actually, I don't know. Wait, let me check. What was the biggest ever card game tournament in the world? The biggest game tournament ever by participant numbers was the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Japan in Tokyo 2024. Oh, very recent. With 7,400 entrants, also achieving the record for the most players in a single venue simultaneously. That is fucking insane, by the way. That is absolutely mental. Context. While the World Series of Poker main event is famous for its huge prize pools and prestigious titles, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Event holds the record to sheer participant numbers. A previous record was held by a 2012 Yu-Gi-Oh! Event in Long Beach, California, with 4,300 players. Damn, man. That is big. That is really big. 7,000 people, man. Now, if I would be in Riot shoes, I would make sure that the next event, next regional qualifier, will be in a spot that can host up to 4,000 people and see what happens, right? The problem is that majority of companies prefer to host a little bit smaller tournament, like let's say, all right, let me tell you this. What the fuck is happening here? Bologna sold out with so many tickets. right? I think with so many tickets, it's sold out. Now, if the next event, if Riot will be doing the next event, the sensible thing to do would be go for like a 3,000 event, because the amount of people that wanted to buy Bologna was actually 7k. If you believe how many, like, to the post of the Riot developer, they said it was over 7,000 people that wanted to buy the tickets. Now, I don't know if this included bots and shit, probably, right? But let's say the next event, we go to 3,000. But then somehow turns out that it actually 2,700 people bought into the tournament. Is that good? Would it be better for the optics if the company would have made the venue for 2.5 and then sell 2.5? Or would it be better for the PR if you would do 3k and sell 2.7? Right? I would say that for a company, from a company's perspective, it's always better to say we sold out. So probably making a 2.5 and sell 2.5 is better than do a 3k and sell 2.7. So I don't know if they would like to take the risk for the next regional qualifier to not sell it out. If it would be up to me, I would just do a 4k, of course, and that's it, you know? I'm pretty sure 3k would sell out in a few minutes. This is just an example, right? I wanted to make a point with showing, like, what a company might think about, right? But in general, I think they need to dramatically increase the slots. But we'll see. You know? Hello, Inconsistent. Mr. Stillet, thank you for the follow. You know what's funny? Stillet. If you add just one letter after the S, you would add a Z. In Polish, that would mean a stiletto, like, you know, the knife. Okay. There's absolutely nothing interesting in this Raven. Okay, go next. Nice first place, buddy. Is this the same guy that I already watched? Goldiel! Thank you so much for the continuous support with the 91 months. Happy New Year, my friend. Happy New Year to you too, buddy. Thank you so much for the tier 2 resub, bro. 9 more months for the big 100. That's insane, man. Thank you for the continuous support. One of the oldest supporters of the channel. Much appreciate, buddy. Love you. And Happy New Year to you too. Hello, Cass. Hello, Devoil. That was funny since my name came from an MMO when I was 11. I made a ninja and tried to come up with a name that resembles it. Boobs? Yeah, that's a nice word. Boobs are great. I got a sub. Thanks for whoever that is. Devoil, I think that was Clue who gave you the sub. Because she gifted 25 on Kick. Also, I need to refresh the chat because it doesn't work with Kick for some reason. How it works. Alright. This is whatever. Man, the Draven decks are boring. This one plays... this one plays the Polish name would be Spadel. Or Łopata. Kent, Sharon, Voldemort, the fuck? What do you mean, Kent? Did you get banned? Not by me. My horrible train ride is over, finally with beautiful Samifia and handsome MILF. Oh, nice. Nice that you're meeting with more people from the community. That's very awesome. Another Irelia VIP deck. Oh my god, okay. Okay, this Fiora. What do we have here? Baited Hook Fiora. With no sideboard. This guy didn't think he's gonna get to finals. Baited Hook Fiora. Okay, so this is why the locations kind of make sense. Tries to get you to baited hook faster. Gets higher attack. So you baited hook nicely. And also, which is funny, the 4 attack Fiora triggers Mighty when going into Trifarian. Same happens to Action. That is actually not a bad idea. Is Riftbound any fun? It's great. I love it, man. Yo, suck, bro. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, suck, bro. Thank you so much for the 30 fucking months with the Prime. Stealing those billions from Bozos and giving it to me. Thank you so much, my friend. Welcome back. So this is an interesting deck. It plays 3 Harness Dragon as the end game. It could play Deadbloom Predators, by the way. You know? If Sunday we meet in a regional, we should do a 2v2 together since I'm a Hungarian. Poland, Kvegier, dwa bratanki. Ah, correct. But you got slain by the timeout by the bot. Because you typed in something that was not in the English vocabulary. It happens to happens to everyone. If you type in something that is not an English letter, just to avoid, like, you know. I included that because of Russian and Polish spam, hate spam, you know. So yeah. Thank you for the follow. I am Nix, by the way. Those are expensive. The Deadpool Predators, yeah, they are, but they might not be better. Who the fuck knows? You know, like maybe it's better to have this instead of Deadpool Predators. Like, think about it this way: you can in a baited hook deck, you can go Fiora. Very random examples, right? We go Fiora, we go to Trifarian War Camp, we trigger the fucking Mighty, we get a resource, we conquer or whatever, and then we go baited hook and we play Harness Dragon and kill something in base. You know? That is really interesting. I'm pretty new to the game. We had some discussion on your last stream. As a new player, how would you go about learning the cards? Go over one by one? No. I would say, I mean, you can. If you like the game, if you're passionate about the game, you're probably just gonna do that anyway. But in my opinion, the best way of learning the game would be looking at deck list. Exactly like I'm doing right now. You know? Exactly like I'm doing right now. This allows you to look at the deck, look at the cards, read the cards, and learn what do they want to achieve in combination. Right? Like here, what I explained, why this deck does play Harness Dragon instead of Deadbloom Predators. Because of the baited hook. This would be a different card if there would be no baited hook here. You know? I don't think this deck is better, by the way, than the non-version of the baited hook. But in a best of one, this is actually pretty neat. Will this deck win without baited hook? Still a chance. But overall, I don't like the way that the deck is being built completely, because I like one Hidden Blade, one Death Grip, that is just trolling, you know? Also, one Rally the Troops. When you don't play tokens, it's like, bruh. Are we really doing this to trigger the buff on Akshan, Spectral Matron, and Fiora. Also, he plays 3 different Fioras to have access to all of them. Oh, wait. Wait. How does this work in the best of 1? Can he play any of those 3s? I actually don't know. As a chosen champion. Hello, Psychopath. Thank you for the follow, buddy. That is interesting. I actually don't know. Because I always assume that in those Chinese websites, the first one is the chosen champion, but there's no way he chooses to play with this as a chosen champion in the best of 1. It's very interesting deck though. I feel like you could min-max it a little bit. And maybe make it pretty decent. The problem that I see here is that you don't really have a lot of payoffs for the baited hook. Am I stupid, guys, for thinking this? The payoff is the Harness Dragon. That's like the biggest one. But any other ones? Spectral Matron, maybe. That's probably the biggest one. So you have like 2 big payoffs, which is, I mean, relatively big, Matron, and the big payoff, which is the Dragon. Interesting deck, that's for sure. But I would probably not play the Orange Fiora in this particular deck. Another interesting, like, dude, the Trifarian War Camp is actually pretty fucking awesome in Fiora, regardless if you play baited hook or not. I really like Trifarian War Camp in Fiora. It's just good. Definitely good too. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you have the Honest Brokers, right? You have the Unsung Hero to be triggered then. I mean, look, there are some cool combos. For example, let's say, how would we trigger Unsung Hero to be 5? We can trigger it by punching first, right? So punch first, or Call to Glory. And then we can do a baited hook, right? And when we do the baited hook, then we're gonna be able to draw 2 cards after that as well. And we're gonna be able to even get this guy. Sword 2? Yes, the Sword 2 is an option as well. The biggest one here is Call to Glory because you can do it with no investment, right? You can play it for 0. How many buffs do you have? Pit Rookie? Rally? But that's too... And set. So not really that many buffs. So most likely playing this for 3. But this is actually pretty fucking cool. Maybe that's the Fiora deck that you want to build. Because I was not thinking about a baited hook Fiora deck, I'll be honest with you. But maybe? Because Riposte works on Tempo Beam, no? Right? Am I stupid for thinking that? It works for sure. Choose a friendly unit and a spell. Counter that spell and give that unit plus might. Yeah. So you have access to cards to kinda make your baited hook not get fucking destroyed. which is not common when you play baited hook, right? You would have to play like yellow green or yellow purple, and that's not a possibility even now. So the only possibility of would be yellow green to work, to have counter spells for your baited hook. So hey, maybe there's something in this, man. Guys, I'm actually kind of like, maybe something is here. Only problem with hook is that is always a gamble. Yeah, but I don't think this deck only wins by hooking. Overall, it just seems like the deck has, like, it had to be changed a little bit. I feel like you should probably cut the orange Fiora, get another yellow Fiora. Probably cut the Death Grip, get another Hidden Blade. And find one more spot for action. Maybe instead of Rally? I don't know. But this looks interesting. This really looks interesting. I like this. And even if you play Fiora without baited hook, I think this location is actually fucking good. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, this is pretty neat. Probably not a tier A deck, but it's pretty neat. I like it. Fiora. Fucking Irelias, man. Blech. Blech. Fuck the Irelias, man. And another Kaisa, and nothing interesting in it as well. Yep, okay. But Wuhan was really overrepresented with Irelia. Like, overall this week was pretty overwhelmed with Irelia. Alright, let's see this one. This one was won by a Victor. Second place on. Then we have Draven. This Victor is a control deck, but does play Jace. I like this approach. I really like this approach. That's literally what I was saying 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? No. When I was doing the video about the 21st, 22nd, I literally made the comments that if you want to play the control Victor, you probably have to include Jace in it and Xin Zhao's. Literally what I said. I like this. This is really cool. This is probably, from like a very quick glance, I think this is probably the best version of the Control Victor that I've seen so far. Really liking this. I'm really liking this. And the best thing about this deck, it works really well against Irelia. It should work really well against Ravens. No? Because Draven will not win many combats against you. You're probably weak against Kaisa. Although I'm not certain how weak would you be. This is one of the decks that I would probably play a lot myself to check out if it's something that fits me and if it's good enough. But I really like I really like the fact that it's not just one-dimensional, right? but it still has a lot of tools. I'm not sure how much I like the Face Breaker in 2 copies here. Probably would prefer to have 1 copy of Face Breaker and 3 copies of Jace. Is there any other gear that you would like to play for Jace? In yellow and blue? That you will be like, oh my god, it would be so cool if I can get it for 3 here. Probably not really. There's only armory for now. Yeah, I don't think so. Yep. So that's the only payoff for now. But I think this deck is actually something that might get really fucking also awesome in the future. If we get any other piece than Vanguard Armory, is gonna be pretty fucking good. Also, this is pretty easy deck to build for Spirit Forge, no? You have like rares. Is there a single epic in this deck? There's not a single epic in this deck. Blade of Ruin King is big for this deck. Would we want to play Blade of Ruin King in this deck? Let me ask myself this. Kill a friendly unit, pay the cost, attach this to into control. It's very expensive. Incredibly expensive. I don't know, man. What does it do? It's +4 might, that's it. But to play it, you have to pay 3 energy, 1 yellow. And then to equip it, you have to pay yellow and kill a friendly unit. But it's the only payoff is that, oh, it's big, it's +4. But you have to think about it this way. To equip the Blade of the Ruin King, you have to pay 4 energy, 2 yellow. For 1 equip. And then every single equip from now on is 1 energy, 1 power. 1 power. Because you have to sacrifice a unit, right? Which is gonna be the token from Victor. So I am not certain how badly you need Blade of Ruined King in this deck. Like, you don't really have... Yeah, you need those tokens, man. I don't know. Like, you're not trying to fight units with your unit. You're trying to get to the locations when they are empty because you emptied them from the units by playing removal. You know? You know what I mean? I prefer Tuxin. What, would you play? You mean you would play Blade of Ruined King instead of Xin Zhao? That is like completely different functions. You're playing Xin Zhao to kinda establish early board control. If you would not have Xin Zhao here, you would not have that possibility. Jace is a gamble on this deck. Jace is just an additional win condition. You know? Jace and Xin work in this deck, in my opinion, although, again, I didn't play it yet. But there's no way I'm playing this deck. This is legit what I said when I saw this first version of this control deck, and I said this is perfect for Xin and Jace to be put in their deck, and you have to cut a little bit of the spells. And this is literally what I would say here. You cannot play this type of deck without a Xin or Jace. You need those 2 more angles of attacking. Those 2 like vortexes? No. What is the word that I'm looking for? Like, you have additional 2 axes that you're gonna attack. If you're gonna have Xin Zhao and Jace, And if you're just gonna remove Xin Zhao for Blade of the Ruined King, you are not gaining anything. You just and remember, in this deck, you're not gonna have a lot of units, but you have to remove your units to use the blade. And you're not gonna, and your goal is not to fight the location with a token that has a sword. Your goal with this deck is to remove the units with spells or with overcosted units that you can just play ready, right? Why you need Jace? You stop the early, no need to shield fast. Jace is a win the game button. You drew Jace and Vanguard Armory? Okay. GG. Most likely it's a GG. You just won the game. Why would you not play it? Obviously, you need to have like Blood Money or Chemtest Cask as well. But that is great. Oh, Wages of Pain, right? Wages of Pain is also an option if you go second. The problem I see is that if you're going first, do you ever keep two open for Blood Money? No, what I'm talking about, of course not. Because it's a battlefield. Never. You never keep it. You always create a token. Never mind. All good. 2 cards combo for just be fast is not very good, I found. What do you mean? You're getting every turn you're getting 3 might for 3. What are we talking about? Look. Turn 1, you play Hamtech Cask. Let's assume we have the perfect situation, right? Let's assume we have literally the most perfect draw. And we play Hamtech Cask. Then turn 2, we play Jace. And we create Vanguard Armory. And we get 7 might in turn 2. And from now on, every turn, we get +3. You win the game if your opponent doesn't have an answer to Vanguard Armory. That is just unstoppable. But no need early. 80% of the time, you will have Jace like a unit with no effect. But you don't have to play him. Like, the point is that you can increase the odds of it happening on turn 2, but it's also good on turn 3. It doesn't matter. But you have an additional ways of just, like, I would personally just play 3 of them instead of the Facebreaker, because the Facebreaker doesn't really change anything. And even if you have to play the Jace, if you have no other options, you can just play the Jace for 4, and it's still okay. It's 4 might for 4 resources. You didn't play a bad card. It is just an okay-ish card. It's on curve. You know? So there's no downside. And Facebreaker is a late game card as well. I know. This is really cool deck though. Now this on. Now wait. Did I? Nope. This is what? Fuzhou. This is the city where the regionals will be held in January. In 2 weeks. Three Seal of Focus, 3 Ons. So VIP deck, right? Yeah. I mean, kinda VIP deck, not really that much VIP because you have the drop borders and you have like some Sigler auto units, but it is, as I would still consider this a VIP deck. How good is this deck? I don't know. Will this deck will be good enough against in best of 3s? I don't think so. You depend so much on counter spells, right? This deck probably loses every single time to Victor, by the way. No? Only issue I have with On is it takes time to set up. I mean, yeah, it's a very slow deck. How do you even play the first turns? Like, you have to get, ideally, you want to play Power Snacks every turn. Sorry. Every game, you want to draw Power Snacks, right? GA Zonya turn 1, first Songer turn 2, on turn 3 with seals and Power Snacks to fit in the curve. Yeah, but the problem is you can never play on with sorry, in context of playing against Victor, right? You can never play on without having access to Defy in the same turn. And one counter spell might still not be enough, right? I don't know. I don't like the present on deck, to be honest. Yeah, I am not a fan of any of the VIP decks. Neither Irelia or on. Free wind walls in the deck? Yeah, it has to. I mean, this deck, if your own dies, you're kind of like, whoops. Whoops, I lose now. Have you tested aggro on? No, I did not. Aggro on? You mean like what? Just kind of like a Master Yi, but with on? Like mid-range? Hot Crew? You mean Pit Crew? Well, there was the one that untaps? Yeah. Well, you can kinda, without ganking, get 2 of them, no? You got automatically timed out, but I have your link. Here we go. Man, Piltover Archive just looks like shit. When... Oh my god, bro. Three seals for Power Snacks. So, this doesn't scream aggro to me. But I understand what you're saying. How badly you need to play the 5-drop on? When you play me or when I hold, look at the top 4 cards of your main deck. You may reveal a gear from among them and draw it, then recycle the rest. Because the thing is, when you play on and you choose this guy, your opponents will exactly know that you're not playing the VIP deck, right? So it's like, do you want to sacrifice the knowledge of hiding what you exactly play? Right? Because people will make mistakes if they think you're playing a different kind of deck. It's an interesting deck though, I like it. When I move, reveal the top card of your main. If it's a gear, draw it. The combo with Pit Crew is very fun and all of your friends are accelerated. 3+ unit are accelerated. Yeah. I mean, not card shop. Card shop. Interesting deck, that's for sure. It's an interesting deck. Sterak's Rage is just insane. Gage. Gage. This card is just absolutely fucking bonkers. Yeah, interesting deck. Definitely, I would say this way. If I would have to bet, I would say that in the meta game, this would probably do better than the President On deck. You know? Blue Ezreal makes a lot of sense in On because of ganking and Spellsunger interaction. What? What am I missing? Blue Ezreal. Deal damage equal to my might enemy unit here. I don't deal the combat damage. Okay. And Spellsunger does what? As this attached to a unit, copy that unit's text. Okay, so you essentially hit twice. The problem is with Ezreal, right? Is that it dies to Falling Star. That's the biggest problem of the card. Yeah, but this President deck, I don't like. But I'll probably have to talk about it anyway. This Draven plays actually the big Draven. But it's very standard otherwise. So nothing interesting. Oh my god, sideboard, 2 piercing lines, 2 falling stars. Another Draven deck with the big Draven in it as well. Otherwise pretty standard. I really don't know. It's like, how badly do you need Treasure Hunter in this deck? Better tell us what is in the Marinarchy Brosa tab? That's a very good question. That is something very, very old. As you can see. See, it doesn't work. Okay, let's go next. Oh my god, a Kaisa with Premonition. Already hating this. Oh my god. What? Why are those people playing Unchecked Power, bro? Are they like, I need an answer against Aurora decks or I don't know, on? What the hell is happening here? Why this is like a second Kaiser that plays unchecked power in main and has an Ikafian Rain BO1 tag versus Aurora. I don't think a single person in China actually chose to play Aurora in Spirit Forge. Orange Camel? Okay, the Orange Camel might be actually the biggest reason, but still, I don't know, man. Like, you can't really reliably have, oh, I have one answer. I don't know. I really dislike this build of this Kai'Sa. Holy shit, it's a mess. Yeah, let's just stop thinking about this one. The other... What? That has to be an accident that they... Both Kai'Sa's 5th and 6th place, they're different. They are very different. But they both play one unchecked power and one premonition. This guy plays 3 falling stars, 3 piercing lights. Bro, this guy is set to fucking set blaze to everything. Holy. Although I like this build better than the previous one. Three Gam Jammers, 3 Forecasters, 2 Poros. I don't understand why the premonition is here. I really don't. Just get a 3rd production surge instead. Thank you. I mean, it does play units, to be fair. There are like 8 2-drops over here and the production surge, although I do think that the premonition should be a production surge. Production surge is basically better lecturing Yordle. The thing is, sometimes the lecturing Yordle just completely wins the game by blocking the damage for your Darius or Thousand Tail Watcher, and you're like, haha, you know, like sometimes that just works, and you're like, fuck me, the tank keyword is so good. But overall, I would agree. I would probably in Spirit Forge, I would never play Yordle in Kai'Sa, because this just has, you have access now to production surge. I think the 6/6 is the strongest card in the set. I wouldn't say strongest, but it's probably one of the best. I mean, I gave it 6 stars if I remember correctly in my evaluation. The only problem it has, it's just not very good when you need to do something. It needs to be a card that waits, right? Like Darius is allowed to just go and do something instantly, most likely, and Ferris is just like, when you're ahead, Ferris Forerunner is incredible. When you're behind, Ferris Forerunner doesn't really help instantly, right? And that's where I see the problem with it. But it's insane value. It's incredibly fucking good. And the biggest problem of Ferris Forerunner is Rebuke, right? So if you play against that Raven, you probably never want to play Ferris Forerunner. Because one Rebuke essentially loses you the game. I'm exaggerating, but it is a big swing. For a deck is 3k for a deck is kind of wild, but that'll be the alt art effect. No, don't look at this. There's a signature Kai'Sa over here. For some fucking reason. Alt art for no reason. Alt art for no reason. That this is just... This is not important over here. Still 1k? I mean, bro, $158 for this. Also, this takes the like if you're in EU, those cards are not that expensive. Like this deck doesn't cost that much. It just doesn't. If you would want to buy this deck in Europe, this deck would be so much cheaper. And I'm not talking about the signature, I'm not talking about like the alt art, we're talking about basic cards. It still would not cost you that much. This is 25 euros, maybe 30. So that's 60 euros, 80 euros. I'm talking about the main deck, right? So 70 euros Kai'Sa. This is all worthless. 5 euros per Falling Star, 15. Let's assume 10 euros per Piercing Light, because we don't know yet. So that's 30. So you have 30, 45, 115. Premonition we're not going to even play here. 2 Dariuses, 10 euros each. 155. Let's say 10 euros each for Ferrous Forerunner as well. So 165. 2,000 Tail Watchers. That's going to be, let's say, 230, 240. 300 with a time warp, less than 300, 200. Let's say this would be a Caffeine Rain and this time warp, then you get this deck for 300 euros. Kai'Sa is pushing 100 euros now. That is not good. I made a massive mistake by selling my alt art Kai'Sa and wanting to buy a normal Kai'Sa instead. But I fucked up and forgot to buy it. I sold the alt art and didn't buy the normal Kai'Sa. So I have only 2 normal Kaisas. 82 euros. Yeah, seems like she's going up. I mean, she's incredibly popular. Incredibly popular card. That's it. You know? But overall, I think a deck that costs 300 euros, that is not an issue. You know? Like, if you play golf for nerds, you have to pay, you know? She's gonna be in meta in Spirit Forge as well? Yes. Yes. One of the most important cards in Spirit Forge as well, because she's gonna be played in Draven, in Lucian, in Kai'Sa, of course, in what else is red? Oops, I forgot. Annie, yeah, of course, Annie, but like, I don't know. I still think Annie is probably better than Draven, but I don't see the sentiment currently in the metagame, or if with people like talking, you know. So we'll see. Anyway, all right, Draven here. Wait, what was this deck that I was talking about? This is a Kai'Sa, right? That's good. Another Draven over here. But nothing interesting. And another Victor over here. And this Victor plays with no Jace and no armory, but plays even more removal, more card draw, plays Poros though. Is Poro better than Card Sharp? If you really want to play like something for gold, I think probably Card Sharp would be better than Poro, no? You're not gonna bank on having him in the opening hand anyway. And if you go first, you can always just create a token, so it's not a big of a problem. It does play a time warp though, which is like not something that we've seen in other Victor decks. Did second wave of product hit where you're from? I actually don't know. I think there was a small second wave. but I am not certain. I'm in Poland, by the way. Look, I didn't speak with Riot about it, but I'm assuming that they're gonna reprint Origins with another wave. You know, so we'll see. There was a wave, but it wasn't huge. Okay. Did Sevier show up at all? Sevier showed up in the American online tournament, not in China. But again, Chinese metagame is just like, meh. You know? I don't think we'll see any substantial reprints, just some restocks as before. What do you mean? Reprint Origins, new booster set with reprints? No. They just do another printing wave of Origins. I think they need to. I think, look, the prices of Origins cards are too high. They are too high. The demand is bigger than the actual production. So the print run is too small for the amount of people that want to play the game. That's why the prices are by like 30% too high in Europe, I would say. I think they should be, cards need to be worthwhile, right? If we don't have value in our cards, then instead of playing a... What the fuck is happening here? Why is it not drawing? Hello? The fuck? Hello? Can I draw? I'm not sure why can I not draw right now with my tool. Anyway, my point is, if the cards are not gonna be worth anything, then we don't play a TCG anymore or CCG. We play just a CG, you know? It will reprint for French language for sure. That is another topic, guys. Look, guys, did you think about it? When they're gonna reprint, the French cards, right? Are the rules gonna be the same that we cannot mix languages? All the French people are like, what the fuck? Je lis pas pour les baguettes, kurva? What do we do now? We have all the English cards. Like, what's going on here? What is the French player gonna do? I don't get it. You know, like currently you cannot play English and Chinese cards together. You can't. You cannot mix them. Right? They tell that English can be played with French, but that is just racist. What about the Chinese cards then? I mean, look, it's gonna be very obvious if they're gonna do, if they're gonna just do that, you can mix English plus French, but you can't fucking Chinese, right? Wait. But you can't mix Chinese cards, right? Then that's gonna be very obvious what they're trying to achieve. They are saying, guys, we don't want you to have access to cheaper cards from China. The card stock is different? Is it? Is the card stock different? I have Chinese cards. I didn't realize that that is different. They are almost like, they feel the same. Chinese cards are thinner? There's no way. I have to pick up my Chinese cards at home. I don't have them with me. Unfortunately, I didn't take them with me. But I would literally take them out right now. How does a non-French speaking person going to play against a guy with French cards? It's like, whatever. Look, Chaotic Parasite, that is really not a problem. Like, this is something that we have in other card games as well, you know? That is what they're gonna give us reasoning 100%? Yeah, probably. If they will do this, then they will probably use that as an argument, that there's a little bit of a difference in the card stock and you cannot mix them because you can realize which cards are which. That will probably be the case. But it's gonna suck. I would love if they would say you can use whatever cards you want, because then we just order Chinese cards for cheaper. But at the same time, they have to make sure that the European prints are also being sold. So they will probably never allow you to use the Chinese cards, just like the Bandai doesn't allow you to use Japanese cards, right? Even though they are literally the same. You can play the Chinese cards, but you need to have the whole deck China. I mean, yeah, that's what they do in China. But they will have to state something about English and French, because that's gonna be interesting. But the thing is, if they will allow you to use French cards with the English cards, French cards are gonna be cheaper. They should be, right? Yeah, I know that you can play with Chinese cards in EU. I understand that, but they cannot tell you that you cannot play a Chinese deck in Europe just because they're in Chinese. It's normal, you know? I'll keep playing in English after French release. I'm assuming you're French. Petit cours? Petit coup. How do I read that? Is it petit coup? Because the other letters are just silent. Anyway. But be honest, Petit. If you're gonna have access to both English and French cards are gonna be easier to be accessed to, because you're gonna just have them in your French market more commonly, right? Would you not choose to play with the French cards? I understand that English are gonna be more convenient, and if you're a card game player, you're probably accustomed to English anyway. So that shouldn't be a problem, right? Never mind the name, it's linked to Dragon Ball. It's linked to Dragon Ball. You know what's funny? I'm Polish. The Dragon Ball that we were watching in the 90s was fucking French. We were watching the French Dragon Ball with all the censorships as well. I never watched the full Japanese normal Dragon Ball Z, you know, because of that. Anyway, it's an interesting topic, that's for sure. I'm looking forward to what they're gonna do. But to reiterate what I was saying before, I think Riot needs to do one more printing of Origins because it will still sell. And I think the prices of Origins cards are still too high. They need to get a little bit lower, but they need to be worth something. If they will print too much, that's going to be really bad for the game. They need to keep the cards at value, which means that we should probably get one more print of Origins, but not too much, you know? They mentioned that they're going to do that, or they will try to. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you for the follow, Petit Quiz, Piccolo. Don't think they can print too much Origins at the moment. What do you mean? Look, cards like Kaisa should not be 80 euros. Cards like Kaisa should be 50. I think that's healthy. If a Kaisa is worth 50 euros, if a Time Warp is worth like 30, I think that's okay. If cards like Watcher are gonna be 15, I think that's fine. You know? But right now they are too expensive, but I voiced this before as well. I think it's better that the cards are worth right now so much rather than you know, be worth nothing. Because that just kills the game. Morning, Fat Cat. Oh, he plays Vanguard Armor in the sideboard. Makes sense. The demand is so high, the demand will always outweigh the amount that can be produced, at the moment at least? I don't think so. But even if that will be the case, then they definitely need to print more. You know? It's like, if your point is true, then they definitely need to print as much as possible. So they should be printing them anyway. So I wanted to add... Wait, what? Where the fuck, I forgot what I wanted to say about those decks. Okay, never mind. Those are those. I need to print out proxies, by the way. I just realized. Wait, Piltover. I will forget otherwise. Proxies. Spirit Forged. Add 3 times every card. Remove those. Wait! That is fucking base set. No, 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 no. What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Why are you here? Hello? Okay, wait. Clear shit. That's not... what? Spirit Forge? I probably need to filter first, right? How do we do this? This is all the new set. Okay. Why did it add... Again, it's... why does it add so many fucking cards? I just want the new expansion, not the first one. Why does it do this? Can any of you check if you have the same problem? I want to only do proxies of Spirit Forge. I already printed out proxies from the first expansion. Alpha Boon, JP, Xemi, thank you much for the follows, buddies. Honestly, I never played another TCG. I'm curious to know, like, in Magic, if French cards are cheaper than English and French. We can check. But in almost every single game, that's the case. Xectect, thank you so much for the follow as well, buddy. That's the case, for example, in Star Wars Unlimited and Flesh and Blood as well. Let's check Magic. Let's say Vivi. What would be a card? Oh, it's only... what? It's only in English? Okay, maybe not the best example then. What would be a good example? I don't know. Fuck, I don't play Magic for a very long time. Singles? Let's check. Expansion. Oh my god. What card would be a good example? Maybe Mana Crypt. Okay. So French here and English, they're very, very close to each other when it comes to Mana Crypt. Yeah, and Germans as well. So those cards are pretty close to each other. So they, in this Although you can see that the three cheapest one are French. And they're way below... Okay, so no, look, you can literally see the three cheapest one are French. If they would be Italian, they would be the cheapest. I can tell you that. What else would be a good example? Like a Commander staple. I don't even know. Lightning bolt? That's a common though. Yeah. Okay, no mind. Fierce guardianship. I don't even know the spell. But there's like million versions of this as well, right? From Commander Masters. I feel like those would not be the best examples because they are incredibly popular cards. But let me tell you this. When there's enough access to cards, like for example in Star Wars Unlimited, there's way too many cards, right? There's way too many cards when it comes to comparing to the player base. Italian and French cards are way cheaper than English ones, for example. You know? But overall, Star Wars Unlimited has the problem of too cheap cards. So that's another problem. I've not been here since last year. Oh, bro. This is for me. It was the same for me today at 9 a.m., bro. God send. Happy New Year to you too. For proxies, it seems like the filtering pod and the add every card buttons are not interacting with each other, Mao. Okay, so it's not only me. Okay, cool. So in this case, fuck me, I guess. Because they are intertwined, no? What I mean by that is... Actually, maybe not. This is all first expansion. So, wait. Maybe I don't need to do anything. Maybe I just do the PDF. Wait, let me export the PDF. A4. And I'll just tell the printer, just print out the first 80 pages or something. Wait, my friend sent me something and I have no fucking Facebook groups. What was happening? Oh my god, this is taking a while. I think it's a big... Sorry, I didn't answer that. I think it's a big mistake to not include Flash in Nexus Night packs. Oh, I agree. 100%. 100% I agree. But they said that they include the epics and the rest. So it's like they planned it. I don't know, man. I do think that the commons should have been reprinted in Nexus Knights as well. A friend sent me a sell post of Doom Trooper. Fucking 1.5k euros. No, thank you. If I would be a millionaire, I would have buy it. Doom Trooper was one of the first card games I ever played in my life. Like after I played it after Magic, and after I think that was the second card game I played after Magic. What was the release date of Doom Trooper? Doom Trooper CCG release date. January 95, so just 1 year after Magic. I think I literally started playing Magic and Doom Trooper almost simultaneously. By playing, I mean I had access to some cards. Like I was, you know, like buying any cards was problematic back then. Like I was a child with no money, bro. But we had like some decks and shit. Fantastic game. I mean, game was shit, but it's just nostalgia, you know, talking. Where do you wish the next European regionals to be? Unreasonable expectation, I would say Poland. Now, hear me out. Okay? Hear me out. It's an unreasonable expectation because I'm Polish and it's biased as well. But I do think that creating a regional tournament in Poland does make sense. Cheaper stuff, you know, and very big community in Riftbound, and good access from almost every country. You know, other sub games, Brazen. I am dying in here. I am literally finishing the stream because I am dying. I am sick as fuck. We're gonna do subscriber games next week in an additional day or something. I will figure it out. But I am sick. I am not feeling well. I can barely like look at the screen, and playing Valorant is gonna be too much. So I'm gonna be finishing the stream in a moment. I will edit some YouTube shorts off stream, and then I'll just go home. Oh fuck me. I don't know what's going on, man, because I don't have fever. I just feel exhausted and like full nose and shit. Most likely going to be Germany in April. Why do you think Germany? I mean, I wouldn't mind Germany. It's easier for me to get in. Just please don't do Cologne or something. Berlin would be nice. But there's nothing suggesting that it would be Berlin. Sorry, that it would be Germany. No? I would absolutely hate it if they would do it in London. Please, just fucking don't do it outside of Europe. You know? Bow, 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 bow. Do it in Czechoslovakia? What there? Most card games have a tournament in Germany, so just by that, what's why I'm assuming. I mean, you know, like Bologna is also a choice. I am assuming because of the venue or something. There were Pokemon tournaments like just a few months ago there in Bologna, you know? I don't know. Some people say that it's because LEC is there also as a center of Europe. I mean, that was another topic of conversation. And I'm sorry. And I can tell you that because, you know, I was part of the esports organizations and also literally I was part of LEC franchising negotiations because I was the general manager of G2 back then. And there were conversations about what if we move the entire League of Legends LEC to Poland, for example, or a different country. But I was legit talking about Poland being the potential here, and I think it still would make sense, you know. Hello, Ali Khan Yasser. Just like Bologna, Düsseldorf hosts a lot of events. Yes, correct. Correct. We'll see. Okay, PDF done. Let's see if it mixed the cards or not. Also, how big is this file? Holy shit. Where are the properties? Oh, fuck me. 500 megabytes, man. Oh, no. Why? Oh, no. Oh, it makes proving grounds in here as well. Oh, fuck me. No, wait. Oh no, it's all mixed. Oh no. Oh, fuck me. If I wouldn't have proxies already for the first set, that would be great. But I do. So this is... Oh no. I have to do it manually then. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that is horrible. Wait, before I do this, just delete the page after. No, because it's mixed. The expansions are mixed each other. They're being pulled by colors. Let me check if maybe in different browser it will not have this issue. On what paper do you print your proxies? I don't even know. Like, I'm just going to a printer and say print this, and they just print whatever they have. It doesn't matter though, because I'm putting them... What I do with proxies is I get a different card and I put it in front of it, and that's it. So it doesn't matter. All sets, Spirit Forged. All cards. Okay. Unfortunately, it doesn't fucking change anything. It still mixes them because it adds by color, or I don't even know. What if, wait. Clear shit. Name, no, that's terrible. Oh, the filtering is bad here. No, there's no good options over here. Fuck me, this doesn't work well. This really doesn't work well. God damn it, you have to do it manually. That is just terrible. Oh, alright. Great. Great. Great stuff. Why are those cards? Oh, shit. I just deleted one Grand... Oh wait, Grand Duelist can be deleted. Okay, never mind. That's a fucking hero. Ah! Actually... Oh, fuck me. Now I have to even recognize which cards are from which expansion to make sure I don't delete something that I need. Oh my god, that is gonna be annoying as fuck. Holy crap. Alright, guys, when I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna share the PDF file with you later on as well. Because I don't want any of you to do this themselves, because this is crazy. Wukash, thank you so much for the 46 months. I've been a bit out of the loop on your channel lately. Has the current status and standing on Valorant, like for most creators, caused you to feature less of it or not at all? Yeah, right now, I made a bet last year in December for the last 2 weeks that I'm not gonna play. By the way, first and foremost, thank you much for the 46 months with the Prime. Welcome back, buddy. In the last 2 weeks of 2025, I was so fed up with the state of Hearthstone. With Valorant, that I made a bet with the chat that if I will play Valorant Ranked in those 2 weeks, I will gift 500 subs on Kick as a punishment. Because, you know, I'm a little bit addicted. But I managed to not play Ranked for 2 weeks. And today, I could, but I didn't want to. I mean, I'm also sick, so I didn't want to do it as well. I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest. But it is a problem. The game is in a horrible state. You normally stream on Kick. I multi-stream right now. You can type in exclamation mark no ads. Like, you can watch my stream on exclamation mark no ads, and you will have no ads is exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. But you can, I see both chats. I'm just giving you an option. You can watch on Twitch, have ads, or you can watch somewhere else with no ads, right? Anyway. My god, this is annoying to do. Oh my god, bro, I'm already mad. Why was a purple card here? What the fuck? Is that a new card? I don't even know. Probably not. I cannot even zoom in because the zoom doesn't work fucking properly. Are you kidding me? Hello, Cherry Puff. Happy New Year to you too as well. Have you tried Summoner Base as a deck builder? It's much more convenient. I did. It is much more convenient. It is. But I'm currently trying to do proxies, so that's different as well. My god, this is annoying as fuck. Yeah, I'm definitely sharing this file with you guys so you don't have to do this yourself. Is that a new card? Scrapyard? No, it's not. Bring here could be a new card. Bobinski, thank you very much for the follow. I know what you mean. I only booted up Valorant a week ago for one ranked game, and after that one match I was done. And the worst best part is that I have absolutely no desire to go back because of the state it's in right now. Yeah. And unfortunately that's how I feel as well. I love the game, but I think it's completely mismanaged. You know what's even worse? It's 2nd April. The current battle pass is in the game for over 60 days. And it's gonna be in the game for the next 5 days. And I can also guarantee you that no one in the past month didn't plan any big patches for now when they're actually going back from the break. So I don't expect any big changes to Valorant after the break. And that is a problem as well. I think there's a very big problem. Twonk. So yeah, we're probably not gonna see anything new in the game till February. Any balance changes and shit, I don't know. And that's probably gonna be too late for many people, you know. What happened? No updates. I mean, there were updates, but there were also not really good updates. We had 3 patches that I heavily disliked. And I think I'm not the only one now with it, you know, like with that perception, because many people were saying there are good updates, but I think they actually turned around and said, you know what, this is not very good. That's at least what I think. Many people who said that the patch 11.08 is good for the game, I feel like they're turning around. I just read something. I'm not gonna do this now fully because this is gonna take like an hour. I cannot turn off my PC now. All right. Could this be indicating how they will manage other League of Legends products? No, I would say not. I already know that they are moving more people to manage Riftbound from other branches of Riot. So they're putting in more resources to manage Riftbound right now, which is a good sign. Guys, I am a little bit dying. I have to finish the stream. We're gonna see each other on Monday, okay? They like to suck Tenz's dick and listen for his advice for some reason. That is true. Not the sucking the dick, but the fact that they are listening to people that I think they shouldn't. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, I don't know, man. I hate saying I told you so, but man, I told everyone. It's so annoying, man. Every single thing I predicted correctly about Valorant, with like at least a year ahead. It's actually incredible. And yet people will tell me that I am consistently wrong. It's upsetting a little bit, not gonna lie. But it actually upsets me less now that I am less invested in Valorant. You know, Brazen, that is fucking sad as fuck. That it like, the moment 2 weeks ago, the moment when I realized I might put my time into something else than only Valorant, right? It's just like all of the negativity, all of the insults, all of the complaints, all of the things that I was enduring for the past 6 years, they kinda bother me now way less. You know? Because I just kind of realized that it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter that I was able to identify the problems and try helping. It didn't do anything. I was discussing your situation with my girlfriend, and what was the consensus? I remember having a lot of fun during the beta. Look, VOD, the game is still fantastic. The game is really fucking good. The problem is that it's going into a direction that I really don't like it. You know? And that direction also is now being shown that it's like, it doesn't look like a good direction for anyone. I told her that you were getting harassed and you were getting jaded in the game. She had a hard time believing it because you voice your opinions well. Yeah. What can I say? I don't know. But it's the thing that is most eye-opening is that I voice my opinion about Riftbound in exactly the same way, and absolutely no one reacts to my opinions the way that Valorant community reacted to my opinions. But I'm saying exactly the same stuff, the same realizations, the same, like, if I have constructive feedback, constructive criticism, I'm gonna say it. And I'm saying it, and no one goes, you're an idiot. You know? While in Valorant, the first thing they do is insult you. And they tell you that you're a fucking moron. And even if someone does not agree, they should just enter discussion, not go straight to insults. Yeah. Do you remember the guy that was telling everyone that it will be dark soon? Yeah, right? Yeah. Maybe card game community is peaceful compared to FPS games. I'm gonna say something that is probably insulting, but I think people in strategy games, not card games in general, but in strategy games, so like games like StarCraft, Warcraft, TFT, any card game, RPGs, those communities are just smarter people. And if people are smarter, they're gonna behave a little bit better. And that's not a rule, but I feel like the average user, average community member in those communities is a smarter person than in FPS communities. And unfortunately, that is visible in their behavior, you know? So anyway, all right, guys, I really need to go. Like, I cannot fucking, my eyes are hurting. All right, love you all. I think the people that came to Valorant are people that came from another toxic games like CS or Overwatch, I know, but was not the case with the card games. I mean, yeah, communities, man. All right, guys, thank you very much for tuning into the first stream of 2026. I know it was not the best because I'm sick, but we'll keep at it. I'm gonna try to release a YouTube video this weekend. I'm probably not gonna have enough energy to do it today. So yeah. But we're gonna see each other on stream on Monday again. You know? That's not true. I only play strategy games and I'm dumb. If you're able to say that about yourself, then you're probably not dumb. You know? Anyway. Love you guys. Thank you for watching. See you guys on YouTube or on Monday or on Discord, where we can talk as well.